Hello? Hello? This is the single worst thing that has ever happened to me. Well, I'm just gonna fucking quit right now. This is the worst thing. I said hi earlier and no one heard it because fucking OBS does not recognize my headset when I turn it on. All of that fucking priceless commentary. I was killing it. All of it's gone. Lost to the ether. This sucks. I was having so much fun yucking it up, and no one heard a single word of it because the fucking OBS didn't recognize the fucking headset. God damn it. Okay, so just to recap, because apparently no one got anything because of fucking OBS. I'm going hard towards the spirit route. I complained a lot about when I picked Frankenstein, it goes like, oh, I haven't actually read it. Fuck you! Fuck you, I know what Frankenstein is about. I already got one game over. I tested the waters, as it were, and the narrator does have the ability to just outright kill me. So, that should be kept in mind. So far, I'm really when I started this, before I set out, I was already dead set on Spirit and possibly Wraith. But yeah, so far it has been just as cringe as I was expecting. I'm very amused by the route they've chosen to take with Spirit and Wraith in terms of personality. I did the best. I tried to give Dwight a funny voice and almost killed myself laughing, and so I'm not gonna be doing that funny voice for Dwight anymore. I also did a fun voice for Trickster, but I'm not sure if he's even gonna come back. I don't know if that bit he did with the secret Trickster ending was like real, or if he's just being a shithead. Alright. All that reading I did, and none of it... I'm so fucking mad. Alright, let's keep going. I'm gonna play Spin the Bottle with these fucking evil people. This ain't a peep show, we're here to have a good time, but in a classy way. All makeouts will happen out of view of the public eye, romantic-like. Yes, romance is the goal. So we'll all be waiting here in complete silence, trying to listen in and use our imaginations while you make out on the other side of the bar, but not watching. Like adults. Romantic, well-adjusted adults. David, you're up. Bottle in hand. Put your fate in the hands of the empty bottle gods. Minigames consist of two parts. On top, a pointer, which rotates in a clockwise direction. And on the bottom, the target you're going to be pointing at. This upcoming minigame is special, perfect for the less coordinated because there is no winning or losing. Not technically. Wherever the pointer stops, that's your result. Suppose if it doesn't stop where you want it to, that's a bit like losing, but no one has to know if you don't tell them. Right, ready to play, or would you like me to repeat that? I am ready. Ready. Away we go. Spin the bottle. See who you're gonna smooch. All right. Hoi! Ha ha! No one can doubt my skills at timing. My reflexes are insane. You got Spirit. You two are meant to be. Psych. You actually have to spin multiple times to get your real result. First to get to 3 times is your true match. That's how we play hardcore Spin the Bottle on this here island. Get your spin on. I know. Thank you, Mom. Alright, let's see if I can keep this going. Darn it! You got Trapper. Alright, so that's 1 for Trapper, 1 for Spirit. Damn it! It's hard to keep track of this. If I get fucking Trapper, I'm gonna quit the game outright. Oh my god, I can't keep track of which end it's spinning so fast. Alright, Wraith, that's better than what I had before. Come on, Spirit. Alright, so far, oh god, it's getting dicey. Huntress, okay. As long as it's not Trapper. Anything but Trapper is a win. Fuck! Fuck! Damn it! It was getting faster every single time. God, I hate this. Maybe if I just close my eyes, I can pretend I got a different result. Fuck this. No, he sure fucking isn't. Ooh. Just this morning you were waking up on a strange beach surrounded by strangers with murderous intent. Now you're looking across a beach towel at Trapper. Oh, fuck off with that. Piss off. Alright, Trapper takes you by the hand and you sit face to face at a private section of the bar. He begins to reach for you, putting his hands on your shoulders. You're sweating, but not in the sexy way he is. You're sweating in the gross way you'd sweat at the interview for a job you're not even remotely qualified for, or you don't want! You don't know what to do. If you try and lock lips in this state, you might gross him out so completely that he'll never be able to look at you romantically again. Please! That would be ideal! Get this fucking bastard away from me! We save it. It's not good! Don't cry. I know to get this close to a living god and then feel the sting of rejection must hurt bad. But don't take it personally, will do, but use it to make yourself stronger. It's not because I don't want to, it's because you haven't earned it yet. You might, later. For now, it can't be that easy. Sure, maybe with one of the others. They're weak. Sad, lonely. Not me. I don't need this. It's mine to give or to withhold. Whew! I really did dodge a bullet. This means you'll have a chance to present yourself in a bit more flattering of a light later, assuming you survive. I am not ashamed to tell you that I think you're cute. I wouldn't make out with you so hard your heart would cave in, if I wanted to. And I do, but I still won't. Tell anyone I told you this and you die. They die, and then I have you all revived and kill you again. If anyone asks, I was the best you ever had. Which I just might be. Another time. Alright. Whew. That could have been a lot worse. I hate to break up such a passionate moment. We only assume was passionate because we'd never spy on you constantly while you stay on this island. But dinner is being served right away, and we must insist that you join us. We wouldn't want anyone dying of starvation. And there are so many more interesting things to die from. Alright, seems like the next activity is mealtime. How quaint. You're expecting what? Capture the flag? Do you know how complicated it is to run a game like that? Much more so than sitting and talking. You arrive at the cookout area to find an assortment of picnic tables scattered around. You expecting some kind of grand hall with a huge banquet table? This ain't some prestigious fantasy epic like you'd find on cable TV. Right, Dwight and Claudette usher you to your seat, but there's very limited seating directly around you. And, oh, great, terrific. It seems everyone wants to sit next to you. Even better is they don't want to sit next to certain other people either. To start, no one wants to sit next to Trapper. Understandable. Meanwhile, he refuses to sit next to Wraith or Trickster. Hi, Trickster. Oh yeah, Trickster is here. Surprise? Yeah, well, they don't call him expect. Fuck off. I'm sorry. Even I get nervous around crowds of killers, and my whole shtick gets a little flustered. Hey there. You're looking good, David. Real good. And we literally can't let Huntress and Trapper sit together. No, seriously, their arms are too big. They can't fit at the same table if they sit side by side. Look at this. We can't even fit everyone on screen at the same time. You probably think this is an animation error, but it's not. It's completely intentional. Let that be a lesson to you. Every error you think you see is a choice. Okay, Dwight and Claudette are directing traffic. You sit on one side, the rest of them sit opposite you. Huntress and Trapper can sit at the ends with their enormous sexy arms. Now that everyone's seated, we can begin dinner. Tonight's meal was prepared slowly and carefully with both love and hate for 12 hours over a spit. We hope you all enjoy. We really, really hope you do. Hey, you didn't actually tell us what you're serving. What are we eating? It's meat. Seasoned with a specific number of special herbs and spices that we simply can't divulge. My favorite. Yeah, meat is good. Meat? Oh, he's vegetarian. Which, you know, considering what you've been up to, who are you to get judgy? I'm just sharing facts. You need to murder something to eat its meat, so that's, like, technically true. Technically true is the best kind of true. Okay, enough yapping. Let's eat. Hey, David, you think what I'm thinking? It's gonna be a person. It's gonna be a person on that spit, right? Or several parts of overlapping people, perhaps? I haven't seen many pigs wearing palm tree button-down prints, you know? When you look closely at the spit, you spot what definitely appears to be scraps of fabric sandwiched between some layers of meat. I think I might be sick. Is there anything else to eat? This took 12 hours. We do literally everything on this island. Actually, there's one thing you're not doing today. You're not carving up this delectable meat. Oh, he's right for a change. Because I am with my broad axe. It's the perfect tool for easily chopping anything in twain. First, who says twain? I swear, it's like they're all from completely different historical eras. That's because they are. Second, I'll handle this with my cleaver. Fast, powerful, and clean. At least it's clean when the meat is cooked. No blood. You two and your ridiculous biceps contests. Enough. Grow up. Obviously, my gorgeous katana is the only option. Who says that? Who says obs? I've never heard anyone say that. Hell it is. I'll show you both my katana and send you to actual hell if you'd like. Please stop. Please. I hate it when we fight, or talk, or even when we look each other in the eye. I can do it. I have the skull of Azarov. Oh, great. Instead of slicing it, you can club it to death. I know this isn't what you wanted to eat, but hurry up and volunteer to carve up Felix. I mean, dinner. Oh! It's Felix! Otherwise, this will go on for hours. No hyperbole. They once argued over who had the most effective weapons for 72 hours straight. And it doesn't matter which one does it. When they're done, they will take even longer cleaning their weapon, all while explaining the value in maintaining your tools. Despite being a bunch of cold-blooded killers, for some reason, they're always terrified of tetanus. You see, this is a joke about how every killer in the game has an animation for cleaning off their weapons after you hit a survivor, in order to serve as like an internal cooldown to prevent you from just instantly downing someone as soon as you catch them. Hey, why don't you just let me carve up dinner? Oh, splendid idea. We'd hate for it to get cold. He hated when it got cold. Here's a machete, freshly sharpened. Alright, minigames consist of two parts. On top, a pointer which rotates in a clockwise direction. On the bottom, a target you're going to be pointing at. Sometimes the target is immediately visible, sometimes it's hidden until the pointer arrives. Press the spacebar to stop the pointer while over the target to win. Fail to land on the target and you will lose. To achieve a perfect success, land on the start of the target area, not the end. Alright, it's just skill checks. It's basic skill checks from Dead by Daylight when playing as Survivor. Alright, I can't say I'm the best at this because I don't play Survivor, but I'll do my best. Away we go! Pacha! Perfect. Perfect! Not bad. Hey, wow, it's gotten quick. Ooh, that was pretty good. I'd like to see what you could do with a less clumsy weapon. Yeah, I said it. Machetes are dumb. Wow. Very rude, Spirit. Alright, dinner is finally served. For real. The sounds, especially coming from the mask killers while they eat, which involves lifting their masks and shoving food up behind them, are horrible. Meanwhile, Spirit doesn't even eat. She's the only one who seems to be really embracing being dead. They're all dead, right? Well, not Huntress. Huntress isn't dead. She's in the fog with all these dead people, but she's definitely not dead. Like even Wraith. Well, I guess Wraith he is more of an undead spirit. And Trapper is like a revenant because he's a Jason XP. So this is obvious. They're all dead, right? This is obviously hell. I mean, well, come on. We're still trying to be mysterious here. You think mystery comes easy? Claudette and Dwight aren't the only ones who've been working their asses off to make this night perfect. Well, at least they're lifting their masks. This is only 99% as disgusting as it could be if they just tried to mash stuff through there. Spirit, why aren't you hungry? The two best things about being dead is not having to eat. I would disagree with that. You have to enjoy food. Eating is fun. Well, that's only one thing. Well, think about it, Dave. Number two is no number two. You know, I'll give you that one. If I could eat without ever having to shit. Man! Even if I wanted to eat, I have no idea what would actually fall. Well, that's why you have to try! You need to take that risk. To be able to enjoy food without the annoying part later, you gotta take that chance! You might have noticed, but I'm mostly just a bunch of dismembered body parts floating in a spectral form. Yeah, it's hot. Do you see how deep this cut on my abdomen is? I don't think my digestive tract connects anymore. Yeah, I know! Between the food and the behavior of the group, this might be the worst meal in history. What does chat have to say? Alright, chat's, even worse is they're staring at you. You're not eating and they don't like that. I think they want an explanation why. What do you want to tell them? Well, considering this is I'll be real. I'm not too big on performing cannibalism myself. And we have confirmed this is in fact Felix. So, I'll just say it. Everything about this dinner is an abomination, from what is almost certainly human meat, to the lack of manners, to the talk of dismembered body parts and these noises. Everything is so vile, I might throw up. Even Spirit's talking about shit. I thought she was the classy one. Oh, well then, I didn't realize our eating habits grossed you out. Don't be so judgmental, sheesh. If I could feel shame or sadness, I might be experiencing both right now. What I feel is rage, and I'm furious that you just ruined the meal. I have a whole leg to eat. Even though you're in the hot seat, you're not nearly as panicked as you probably should be. Yeah, I'm not. That's almost certainly the lack of calories catching up to you, and you feel your whole body begin to shut itself down. Oh hey, it's me again, your friend, mentor, and guide, the ocean, narrator to the narrator. Not sure how I feel about that characterization, but I'll allow it. I brought you here. I might be the only one who can help you now. There's only one thing you must do to survive. You have to figure out why you're really here. No one can tell you, not unless you follow the right path, or at least a right path. There's too many of those to count. Hopefully, you pick at least one of them, because there are even more wrong paths. Many of them lead to your demise. Others lead to something even worse. Starting scene's over and having to fast forward back to where you were, am I right? For this place holds many secrets, even from itself. But the one that truly matters can only be learned if you answer the most important question. Why are you here? Why are you here? Answer that, and you'll learn the truth. The ultimate truth. Vague, mysterious, I gotta give it up to this ocean. That's some quality early game storytelling. Hold on, I'm back. One more piece of advice. You've made many choices by now. Some of them I liked, some of them I did not. It's in your best interest to make more choices that I like. You wake up to find Huntress holding your limp body, gingerly pouring cool water into your mouth. Oh good, you're okay. Sometimes when I try and care for people, they have a way of ending up less alive than when I started. Which would be a total bummer if that happened to you. It's been so long since I had a normal, happy, healthy, living person around. Usually I'm just falling into the same old routine of smashing everyone's heads open with a hatchet before I really get to know who they are as a person. But you're not nearly as scared or too busy writhing in pain to see me for me. You feel nervous in her arms, not just because they're maybe crushing you a little bit, but because she's beautiful. Yes, beautiful, but I was going to narrate that fact, not, say it out loud as a single word like some creep. Beautiful mask. The bunny mask. It's gorgeous. It would be better if your eyes were not visible. This has been on my mind ever since I first saw the preview art. Her eyes should not be visible. Neither should Trapper's. There needs to be a black, expressionless void in the eyes of that mask. You should only see the actual eyes during the right moment. You have for a game full of masked killers, the behavior does not understand masks. Nice recovery. Now that you're awake and talking, you gotta keep this up. Did you make the mask yourself? You're the first person to ask me that. Yes, I did. You seem so quirky and cool. You could do anything. Fuck off! Own an Etsy store. Be a doctor. Why is it that you kill people? Huntress sighs. You can practically see the memories flickering across her eyes, but she hasn't tried to kill you yet, so that's a good sign. It's all I was ever taught to do as a young girl, so I thought it was right. Even through the mask, you can see that Huntress is blushing a little bit. It seems like your line of questioning has made her a little nervous. Hey, you didn't eat much at dinner. Want a snack? She offers you some jerky. Probably human jerky, but her spice game is on point because it smells pretty good. Alright. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to weasel out of cannibalism in this game. Chat, what do you think? Should I take? I'm gonna leave this up to chat. Should I accept the obviously human jerky, or should I continue to starve? All right, we have Ryzen is giving us our first pro-cannibalism vote. 2 pro-cannibalism votes. Do we have any objections? Are we gonna? All right. The democratic process has spoken, and it chooses cannibalism. Well, when on Murderer's Island, you might as well eat as the killers do. Plus, you really are hungry, and you can chow down on jerky sensually, right? I'd love some. After a moment of quiet chewing on what you choose to believe is not human thigh meat, you decide to be bold and ask another question. You ever been in a relationship before? Of course she hasn't. She's a fucking hermit living in the woods. Dang, you're really going there? You don't play around, David. You're goddamn right I don't. Takes a moment to think deeply before answering. I must say, it's quite amusing to see this hulking bombshell get all twisted up with these personal questions. Kudos to you, David. Thank you, narrator. There was this one deer that looked at me quite provocatively in a clearing once. But that doesn't count, does it? You hear the faintest of giggles bubble out from behind Huntress's mask. Ah, that's cute. No, it does not count. Whoa, what's this? You found something in the sand. Huntress reaches down to pick it up. It's a hair clip. Probably left by some little girl who was playing on the beach long ago, who is definitely still alive and not at all dead. She closes the bag of jerky with the hair clip. Seems like she's a little mixed up on how exactly this particular item works. Should you go with the flow, or show off some of your knowledge of advanced humaning? Okay, I feel like show her a thing or two. I feel like there's 2 ways this could go. If we show her a thing or two, and show her like, oh no, this is a hair clip. Here, this is a way you can kind of tie off the bag without the clip, and then, hey, you could wear the hair clip, and hey, it might look nice on you. Like, I see that as a way of possibly flirting with her. But it could also be taken as an insult of like, oh, you don't know what you're doing. Here, I'll show you. And she could potentially take offense to that. Like, show her I don't know whether show her a thing or two is going to be like, oh, like insulting your lack of knowledge, or like, I think I have a better use for that kind of thing. But go with the flow, just kind of like, I feel like show her a thing or two is definitely going to try and escalate or change something in this dynamic, whereas go with the flow is probably going to be move on and look for a new opportunity. Like, I feel like we're rapidly approaching the Huntress route. Well, let's take a gamble. Ah, you silly goose. Right. You chuckle before reaching for the bag of jerky. You take the beret off and collect a lock of Huntress's hair, clipping it back into an attractive swoop. Much better. She is so happy that you taught something new about human trinkets. She touches the clip in her hair with a shy smile. See? Told you! It's a way to flirt with her. Just as things are really heating up, you hear a flurry of footsteps behind you, and you quickly spin around, ready to fend off whatever new danger has popped up on this strange island. Oh, it's just Dwight and Claudette sprinting across the breach, clipboards in hand, which they're waving in the air above their heads. It's very important that we stick to the itinerary and attend each event as scheduled. Playing sick for cute flirt points was not part of this evening's activities. That's strictly slotted in for after campfire story time. At this rate, we'll be late. Oh, no, I was starving, and I didn't want to eat flesh. Excuse me. No time for excuses. Well, there is, but that's scheduled for after what comes after the flirting. Go, go, go! Alright, so the itinerary is campfire story time, then playing sick for flirting, and then excuses. I see. Once everyone has gathered at the fire pit, Dwight and Claudette quickly make an announcement. We're not going to blame anyone in particular, but someone, and we're not going to say who, so don't worry, hasn't been sticking to the schedule. It was me! I haven't been sticking to the schedule! That means we're behind on time for evening activities. We'll only have time for one person to share their special spooky nighttime story. Just one story, but story time is my favorite activity. This is a narrative-heavy experience. You're telling us that only one person gets to share? How will we decide who? We have to decide as a group? That never goes well. Whoever did this, step up now. I swear I won't be angry. I'll merely chop your head clean off. No fuss, no muss. Voice trembling, you realize this is probably it for you, but you embrace your fate. Sorry everyone, I'm pretty sure they're talking about me. To be honest, I still don't understand how this whole schedule thing works. I guess I lost track of time while I was passed out from hunger? Oh, I've been there before, even though it's taking some pressure off of me, which is an absolute dream come true. Is it really fair to pick on the new guy? Seriously, has anything here ever happened on schedule even once? Donald? Who the fuck is Donald? Damn it, Donald. If you try and flex that authority gimmick one more time, so help me, I'll snap your head off so quick and then I'll drown you in his blood, Cynthia. Fuss and muss are back on. You two know I'd... What the fuck are these names he's spouting off? Because that's not Wraith's real name. That's not Spirit's real name. Yes, we all know you love to kill. It's almost all you talk about. Nobody named any names. Who even knows any names? Not us. I renounce my name. Who's Donald? Who's Dwight? Oh, is he talking about Dwight and Claudette and he can't remember their names? So, nobody says, but we still gotta get started on story time. David, who do you think should go? Ah, damn it, that's a name. Pick somebody quick, so that this tropical vacation doesn't turn into a bloodbath. Okay, well. Okay. Well, I'm obviously not picking Trapper. But let's see. I think we've already gotten a pretty decent head start on the Huntress route. Wraith says he really likes story time. And he's a cool guy. I like him. But the goal is Spirit. And I think I impressed Spirit earlier with my excellent meat carving skills. Like, this seems like a pretty clear-cut, like, oh, whoever you pick is gonna be happier. Chat, what do you think? Ah, fuck it, I'm not gonna be... What am I asking chat for? I'm gonna go with Spirit. I choose you, Spirit! Whoa, whoa, this experience is being carefully crafted to avoid an AP infringement lawsuit. Let's be careful with the catchphrases. Really? You want to hear from me? She huffs dramatically and rolls her eyes as she gets to her feet in front of the campfire. But don't let her talk you out of it. She's great with ghost stories. I don't know where she gets it, but she comes up with the scariest stuff. Seriously disturbing, even to me. And I literally pushed a guy's skull and spine out once with my bare hands. I'll talk about bullshit. If everyone's gonna chit-chat, I guess I could just sit down and... Huntress's eyes go red behind her mask, and both Trapper and Wraith take their seat. They know when it's worth fighting and when it's not. Well, I hate to break it to you, but tonight's story isn't scary. It's a romance. Too late now, though! I was selected, and so I'm gonna tell my story. Fuck yeah! I call it... The Prisoner's Kiss. You notice that Huntress and Wraith are both sharing a giant tub of popcorn. Nobody offered you popcorn! It was a dark summer night. Warm rain seeped from the sky like blood from an old wound. Detective Hotta, celebrated investigator and renowned hostage negotiator, was called to the scene of a strange occurrence, unlike anything she had ever seen before. When she arrived, the scene was chaotic. Crowds had begun to gather. A dozen other officers were doing everything they could to keep curious onlookers away. But how could anyone resist wanting to know more? For there, in the middle of a busy market, had appeared a giant box, strange, alien in its appearance, and massive in size. No one knew how it got there. Was it delivered? Built on site? In such a busy area, how could something like this just appear? A mystery, as if it was conjured by magic. But this was no illusion. The huge box was very real, and someone was trapped inside. Spirit pauses her story to look from face to face of each audience member. She has no expression, but you feel her vibrating with energy. She's in her element. Yes, she is! Oh, she is good at this. "Help me!" cried someone inside the box. It was a man, terrified, trapped, imprisoned, his voice trembling. By now, it was as if every detective in the city was there, looking this strange structure up and down, inspecting it on every side. It didn't make sense. There were no doors, no windows, no fasteners or seams. It was completely solid, and much too heavy to move by hand. Solid, that is, except for a single small slit, just enough to see the bloodshot eyes of the prisoner trapped inside. "I don't know what happened. I woke up and here I was. I'm so scared. Please help me," cried the man, as if pleading for his life. No stranger to tense situations, Detective Hotta comforted the man. She used her training to calm him and buy time for the other investigators. However, time did not bring clarity, only anxiety, as the night dragged on with no progress opening the box. And as the night grew longer, the seeping rain puddling on the ground, the man inside grew more desperate, more sad and lonely, more pathetic and in need of help. But Detective Hotta was no help at all. Powerless to save him, guilt began to weigh on her like it never had before. "Don't let me die in here," the man begged. "Don't let me die alone." "Stay calm," instructed Detective Hotta. "You're not alone. I'm here. Hell, half the town is here. We're all in this together, and we won't let this be the end of your story." Looking through the narrowest of passageways, Detective Hotta watched her own reflection in the tear-filled eyes of this strange, sad prisoner. Together they both wept in silence at the hopelessness of the moment. "Promise," asked the man. "Promise that I'm not alone." "Yes," she promised. "I do." A simple pledge, she felt an instant connection like she had never felt before. Not to her family, not to her friends, not to any other hostage she had worked so hard to free before. And so, when the man's eyes closed and backed away, it didn't scare Detective Hotta, for she knew he would return, and he did, pressing his lips up to the narrow slit in this horrible puzzle box, repeating his question again, steam flowing from his mouth as he asked, "Promise? Promise that I'm not alone." "Yes," she promised. "I do." And pressing her palms against the cold outside of the box, without truly knowing why, Detective Hotta leaned forward and placed her own lips up to the opening, letting her breath creep into this strange structure, allowing her warm lips to fall on this man's. It was a gentle kiss, a moment of compassion. She could feel in this brief contact the beating of her heart, pulsing blood through every inch of her body, matched beat for beat in his soft touch. "Thank you," said the man, no trace of fear remaining in his voice, and he backed away into the darkness, disappearing in a single moment of eerie calmness. "Get back!" yelled an officer, suddenly thrusting himself between Detective Hotta and the box, breaking a silence that would soon be filled by a cacophony of whirring gears and clicking latches, a symphony of mechanical activity happening all at once. Something had triggered, as if an unseen lever pulled, and the side of the giant box began to slide open. Detective Hotta gripped her flashlight tightly and pushed forward into the foggy interior of the giant box. Her feet splashed in the puddled rainwater, her heart racing as she swept her light from side to side. And that's when her eyes landed on the man, or at least landed on what should have been him. There, in the corner of the box, was a pile of pieces, like parts of a doll almost, pulled apart, or perhaps that's just how Detective Hotta had to think of him in that moment to survive. A collection of segments, limbs, pieces, disconnected from one another, cleanly severed and placed in a neat little pile. And atop that pile, a head, cold, pale, eyes open, lips an icy blue. Spirit stares at the fire, her own expression lifeless, her lips blue. Tears fall from her chin and soak into the sand at her feet. You're blown away by the story, and it's safe to say you're not alone. Everyone else is looking into the fire or up at the sky, anywhere but at Spirit. It was you who chose her, you who initiated this harrowing tale, so sad, so creepy, so sensual. She really went into great detail when it came to describing that kiss. Too much detail, and now no one is sure to act. Dwight and Claudette are staring daggers at you. You have to do something. This game was supposed to be a light-hearted romp. Please, do something! Okay, whew! That was fun! Oh, how should we react to this? Like, I being the romantic that I am, I am inclined towards say nothing, hug her. But I don't think I've earned that yet. I don't think I've earned the right to have that kind of, to initiate that. Cool story is like that. You cannot, absolutely insulting. But stand up and try to start one of those slow claps. That feels condescending. Because, like, I don't think that's gonna work. Hold on. The skier button. I'd like to save. Oh. Alright, I don't think it's gonna let me save my game at this juncture. Oh, it makes little bongo noises when I mouse over the choices. Alright, chat, I'm imploring you for your assistance. I put my everything I had into doing a good reading of her story, but now I don't know what to do. The romantic in me says the say nothing, hug her. But I'm not sure I have earned that right. Ryzen, you have to understand. She's literally full of broken glass. And I know that. That's not a risk I'm afraid of. That's a risk I have accepted in my pursuit. What I am concerned about is overstepping her boundaries. I can deal with the numerous shards of jagged glass that fill nearly every inch of her body. I'm not scared of that. I am worried that I will insult her, because that's what's really bad. let's see, everyone else is like looking away and feeling like, oh, ooh, this is that got a little bit too personal. Stand up and try and start one of those slow claps. I don't like. I feel that going like no one else gets into it. Well, hang on. Well, if we stand up and try to start one of the slow claps, my gut is telling me that no one else is gonna get into it. But but the sentiment behind it is trying to encourage everyone to applaud her and like show appreciation for the effort she put into this story and like congratulate her. That was amazing because that was a great campfire story. And so, like, trying to start the slow clap, saying, like, holy shit, that was great, everyone, let's give her a round of applause, that does feel like a genuine compliment. But whether everyone gets into it or not, but yeah, as much as I would like to give Spirit a hug, that feels gauche. Like, no, I have not earned that right. Oh no, because the slow clap, like, it's talking about like oftentimes in theaters, like especially like stage performances, the a common like trope is that once the performance is finished, everything goes silent as everyone is too stunned and in awe to even react until a single person starts a slow, deliberate clap of approval that slowly causes the entire theater to fill with applause. Like, that's the impression that I'm getting when it says stand up and try to start one of those slow claps. Oh, we are at an impasse, chat. I'm gonna, stand up and try to start one of them. Then again, on one hand, I feel that like, oh, if I try to hug her, that's it's overstepping boundaries. That's much too forward. But then again, this is a dating sim, and it could suggest like I am aware of that you are all chopped up and full of glass, but I'm willing to take that risk because I want to comfort you, and you're crying. I've got to do it. I feel I'm rushing things, and I don't want to upset her, but I have to take the risk. We must be bold. You stand without saying anything, approach Spirit, reaching your arms around her for a hug. Her robe, hovering in the air, begins to wrap itself around you and squeeze you into her. It's kind of like being hugged back, but also like being tied up. It's certainly not what you expected. Instinctually, you pull yourself away, but it's an awkward movement, and you nearly fall over into the fire. Spirit says nothing and floats away without so much as a goodbye. You, meanwhile, realize everyone had just watched this truly strange interaction from the corners of their eyes. On that note, everyone decides it's time to take a break and split up for a little bit so they can all have a moment alone before bed. Everyone leaves and you're alone by the fire. The only thing you hear is the ocean slowly lapping against the shore. This is nice. A moment of peace and tranquility that lasts for all of 7 seconds because Trickster shows up and he's blaring his latest song. Hey baby, you look lonely. Mind if I join you? He doesn't wait for an answer. I know you've been hearing from these guppies all day, but I want you to hear something from a big fish like me. Something special those in charge of this island don't want you to hear. I am the ultimate catch on this island. The only lobster in an ocean of sardines. No one can give you what I can give. Yeah, because you're, like, actually alive. You just have to find me. Come and find me, baby. Trickster leaves. You're a bit confused about what to make of his cryptic clues, but you aren't going to get any time to yourself to think about them just yet. Spirit approaches you. I think we did it. You know, I was watching you while I told my story. I could tell it was having an effect on you. Yeah, it was awesome. Oh my. This fog that follows me around, I could feel you breathing heavily, taking me in. You and I are both absolutely flabbergasted at that piece of information. Legit, you learn something new every day, even when you're a god. I mean, the narrator. You're doing it again right now. You need to calm down. You should come to the hot tub with me. Dipping in hot tubs with the spirit. Oh, you've come a long way in a single day. I'm not saying you shouldn't follow her, an offer like that. Just don't forget our little talk. Listen, Ocean, I know exactly why I'm here. I'm here for the spirit. You and your storyteller friends slip into the water. It's just the right temperature for an evening dip. Plus, if some jealous shark comes along and manages to jump from the ocean into the pool, you're also pretty sure your killer companion could handle it. I just want to be totally clear, even though that story bore some similarities to my life, it was not about me in any way, shape, or form. Not symbolically, metaphorically, or any other ethically. Of course. Naturally. I, myself, as a writer, would know nothing about this. I believe you completely. Sure, you were cut into pieces in your life, and so was the person in this story. A perfectly normal coincidence. You're on this island. Trapped, one might say. In a most puzzling place. Also, completely regular coincidence. And sure, his lips were blue. And your lips are blue. Really? You'd call this blue? Searching for answers, hoping to find revenge! Alright, so the similarities stop there. Coincidences. Sorry, the coincidences. Alright, get this through your head, whoever you are. Samurai blood runs through my veins. Or, well, maybe it's coagulated by now. No need to sweat the details. Regardless, I'm a descendant of noble warriors. Thousands of years of training with bladed weapons preceded my entrance into this world. Do you know how many swords that is? It's a lot. You've got to figure out with that many sharp edges, a person is bound to get disconnected from a body part here and there. Truth is, and I wouldn't typically share this, so don't go blabbing about it, I dreamt that story, like watching a movie in my sleep when I was just a little girl, years before my father sunk his blade into my skin. I've never been able to shake it. It's a very adult story for a child to dream. Do you believe me? Well, I have no reason to think you're lying or making it up, so yeah, I'll believe you. Well, I know we just met, but yeah, I believe you. Well, you told that story, it clearly came from someplace deep. You fool! Who taught you to trust a stranger? You're gonna get hurt if you don't take better care of yourself. Now you got me wondering, do I believe if you believe her or not? And if I know everything, because trust me, I do know everything, and I don't already know the answer to my own question about if I believe your answer to Spirit's question. Oh well. Ocean Air got me tripping. Sorry, I didn't mean to distract us both. What's important is that a certain corpsey cutie floating in a cloud of magical mist might still be waiting for you to say the right thing and free her from her puzzle box. If you believe me that she's the... Oh, god damn it, you got me going again! Unfortunately, before you can follow this conundrum to what will surely be a mind-numbing cycle of new questions, you find a certain someone standing before you with a fresh towel ready to dry off. Sorry, kiddo, but it's time for bed. I might be the youngest one here, but I'm not a kid. I do, however, love being wrapped up in a fresh, clean towel. My mother used to help me wash my hair when I was young. She'd comb out all the tangles and tie a ribbon around it before sending me on my way. I miss her. You watch as Spirit stares off into the distance, her hand gripping into a tight fist. She doesn't notice you're watching her at first. When she catches you looking, she turns away, roughly grabs a towel from Dwight and then pushes him and Claudette aside as she floats off. Hey, we made it through day one. You head back to the campfire. The heat is comforting on this chilly night. Get it? Because when the survivors die in a trial, or die or escape a trial, they end up back at the campfire. Looking into the crackling embers, you think about Spirit's story about the prisoner in the puzzle box. If you manage to escape this place, will you leave with your life? Or has it already been taken from you and it's just a matter of time until you make a gruesome discovery? Before you can dwell too much on your fate, Claudette and Dwight arrive. Their now familiar, creepy smiles stretching from ear to ear. It's a bit menacing to see a smile like that lit by firelight. We must apologize for the accommodations. We weren't prepared for another guest, but we're going to make you comfortable or die trying. They hand over a pillow and blanket and welcome you to snuggle up by the fire. Perhaps some music will put you at ease. Just try to keep the volume to a minimum. Our other guests aren't the types you'll want to rob of their beauty sleep. Oh, it's a minigame. I wasn't expecting that to be a minigame. Alright, hold on, I need to take a drink. I gotta tell you, this is a lot of talking. I knew this would be a lot of talking, but it's a lot of talking. God, I am glad that I only lost the first, like, maybe 20 minutes. If I had gone any longer without realizing that my mic was not picking up, if I had gotten any further than that, I think I would have cried. No, all right. Keep the volume to a minimum. Repeat the instructions. All right. Stand. It's the usual minigame. I'm ready. Here we go. As you relax and look into the fire, the radio begins to fuzz and flicker. You examine it and decide that you might need to adjust the dial and fix it. Oh, what the fuck? I guess... I guess this is just set some music that you will listen to while you sleep. Alright, no matter how many things you listen to, you still can't sleep. You decide to ask one of the killers to spend a little more time with you until you're sleepier. Who would you like to summon to your side as you lay by the fire? I don't think that should be obvious by this point. Alright, I hope she doesn't mind. Hey, Spirit, are you busy? Are you around? I was wondering if I could get a little company. She tells you her secret for falling asleep when she's feeling restless. I like to listen to flute music, dab on some essential oils, and steam my pores. Oh, really? What? Even the dead like to relax. I don't really have any of those things around. Ooh! Spirit reaches out and presents you with a unique item. It's a small comb carved from bamboo. I guess you could hold on to this. It was a gift from my mother. I will want it back, though, and if you lose it, well, you'll get your revenge on me. If it's the last thing I do. You finally start to feel sleepy, except maybe this isn't really a sleepy feeling. Maybe you're paralyzed. Try to keep your eyes open, but you can't, and darkness overtakes you. The dark voice from earlier speaks to you again. It shouldn't still be as spooky by now. You've had a whole day of strange voices in your head, but this one is still undeniably odd. The human body is made of 60% water. Did you know that? Of course you did. Everyone knows that. Even amnesiac video game protagonists. Well, guess what? Drink as much as you'd like. You'll never get up to 100%. You hear me? Don't think I don't see what you're up to. What? You awake suddenly to see someone looming over you. Oh, Trapper is sitting beside you, sketching a portrait. Okay, not what I expected. Oh, you're awake. I saw you with the spirit right before bedtime. You should know they're not what they seem. Not like me, who is obviously completely honest and trustworthy. I was out checking to make sure you weren't sleeping near one of my... Actually, never mind. Just be careful where you sit. But since I'm here, I'd like to share 2 things with you. 1, I do not take rejection well. 2, the first thing is very important to remember. Wait, were you drawing me? Trapper doesn't answer. You aren't drawing stink lines radiating out from me, are you? Still nothing. Look, I'm not an easy guy to get along with, but I am an easy guy to spend time with. That will make sense if you choose to spend time with me tomorrow. The rest of this scum live like rats. They wouldn't know a good time if it bit them on the ass. I mean that literally. Point is, if you select me, you're in for a day of luxury, extravagance, and fun. Yes, I said fun. And if I don't pick you, remember what I said earlier, or it might be the last thing you ever forget. But hey, you look tired. Get some rest. Sleep. Maybe even sleep well if you can. Just try not to roll over to the about 15 feet to your left. Finally alone, for real this time, maybe, you drift off to sleep. Again. Hopefully you're not poisoned. Wait a second, where are we? This isn't... Oh, fuck. It is. It's one of those reality show confessional rooms where all the contestants talk directly to the camera! I think today went really well. These were some of my first interactions with someone who isn't a parent that didn't end in bloodshed or untimely perishing in my Russian cottage. So I'm counting today as a win, no matter what happens. What do I think of the newcomer? Do I have to say? Oh, I do. Oh, okay. Attractive, mysterious. I really don't know many other words since I was raised by my mom in the woods until she was skewered by an elk and I had to wash her entrails off my sarafan. That being said, the other 3 should make sure to be on their guard. I don't know who this newcomer will want to spend time with tomorrow, but I, for one, will not let my guard down easily. Who knows about the others? Wraith, I think, knows more than he's letting on about this place, but he's a hard nut to crack. Meanwhile, Spirit is just screaming all the time, major buzzkill, and Trapper. Ooh, where do I even begin with Trapper? He's buff, sure, but daddy issues much? Sheesh. Look, I don't need anyone. I've been perfectly fine on my own since my mother died. I eat a fine diet of raw deer, bear, and human, and I'm fit as a fiddle. That being said, something about this newcomer makes me think that I might be missing out on some huge part of this thing called life. This is weird. I don't care enough to kill this person, but if anyone else wants to, I don't care enough to stop them. Might just have to kill Dwight to feel anything again. I'm not really sure how to feel about David. On one hand, everyone I've ever cared about but has met an awful fate, so it's probably good for David if they just keep ignoring me. On the other hand, there's something about them that maybe could work out for me. I know that everyone thinks of me as a beautiful, cold-blooded monster. I can't help it. Circulation just isn't my thing. I don't choose to be cold. This cute hat and robe, okay, those are a choice, sure. If someone were to come around and capture my heart, at least that beats being stabbed in it. Besides, if I'm gonna get bloody revenge on a society that has used me and thrown me away, maybe it wouldn't hurt to have a little... What am I... Wow! Pandering to me, specifically. Yes, absolutely. I'm here. I'm available. Thank you, Spirit. Like, if I wasn't already committed to her just for looks and aesthetic alone, like, okay, yeah, I'm down. You open your eyes. The sun is shining. There's not a cloud in the sky, and you feel great. Totally well rested. You're not even suspicious of the fact that you fell asleep by the campfire, but woke up several yards down the beach. Wait, are you on vacation? Was yesterday nothing more than a strange dream? No, not a dream. You really are here for another day. Why, I have no idea. You're obviously a weirdo. Speaking of weirdos, I see the rest of the gang is hanging out on the beach. This is definitely not a dream. I wouldn't rule out a nightmare just yet, though. At least they make for a sexy bunch, no? And talk about sexy. Here comes Trickster carrying coffee. I just made coffee! Anyone want coffee? Fresh pot of coffee! Does anyone want coffee? Alright, let me get into the Trickster voice. Hold on. Morning, beautiful. I thought you might like a nice cup of joe to start this incredible day off right. Trickster seems suspiciously cheerful. I'm sure there's nothing nefarious behind his joyful demeanor, however. Everyone knows musicians are morning people. I also want to wish you luck. Today is an important one. My only regret is that I won't be a bigger part of it. Budgeting issues. Also, I am just swamped with engagements, especially on the other island. Trickster winks at you. If you want to ask him how to reach the other island, now's the time. Never mind, he left. Well, at least he brought me a cup of... No, wait, don't drink that! What the hell was that? Don't call him Trickster because he's good on a skateboard. He definitely didn't get that name because he brings people drinks so they can have a good morning. That was almost certainly not coffee. I don't want anyone casually poisoning, imprisoning, and torturing you yet. This is supposed to be a tropical paradise. The type of place you give a 5 out of 5, 10 out of 10, 2 thumbs up review to, not an eternal prison of pain. Please make sure to leave a review. It really helps with the algorithms. Trust me, I'm looking out for you, so can we please move on? Hey, wait a second. How did a possibly omniscient, possibly unreliable narrator physically just knock that coffee out of your hand? This is not Parliament, and the floor does not recognize the ocean to speak out of turn at this moment. I need no recognition, for I am the ocean. I dominate the land. I submerge those who defy me and become their watery grave. Actually, speaking of graves, I would like to say something. Something of grave importance. Fine, go ahead. Even if this place is an eternal prison of pain, and I'm not saying it is, even a place of extreme horror can still receive a 5 out of 5, 10 out of 10 thumbs up review, if it was crafted with love and or that's the type of thing you're into. You know what? Ocean is right. A lot of hard work goes into a place like this. You should really just judge it on the artist's intent. And whenever possible, start from the mindset of giving them the benefit of the doubt. Constructing these elaborate vacations, is not easy to do. Sometimes there are some small bugs or inconsistencies, but that's just the nature of the process. Perfection is overrated. The universe is filled with mysteries. We ought to celebrate those who venture to bare their souls as part of a creative process with the ultimate intent of making things for our enjoyment, not be overly critical of them. Are you trying to sell me on this place being good? You don't have to say it like that, especially after I saved you from that poorly made cup of coffee. Sorry, we should have been here 5 minutes ago. I always do this on the second morning. It's sad, really. Oh, now I can bring up the menu. Right, yeah. Yeah, let's, Alright, this is the one that... I don't remember making that save. Is that the one that just happened? Did that auto-save? Alright, there's a few save slots. Alright, let's check a new... It is! Alright, so it auto-saved at the start of the second day. Okay. Sad, really. Even if they do make some great points. Oh, sure they make great points. I agree. Okay, so you two know about the narrator and the ocean. Okay. Can we please move on? Of course, apologies, David. The last few minutes aside, have you been enjoying your time here on the island? Yes, I've been having a lovely time. Yes, it's been really entertaining. Yes, I'm not suspicious. There's no option. I've been having a lovely time. If I were to summarize my time here, I'd call it a lovely time. Aw, lovely! We love to hear that. Isn't that what this is all about? Finding love. No. Shut up, Dwight. You'll get us all killed. Again and again and again. We do need to ask one more question, though. We all had to sign away our rights to say anything negative about this place. Would you please sign this non-disparagement agreement? Okay, it takes away your ability to save when you're presented with a choice. Interesting. Oh, hey, Edge! Alright, would you please sign this non-disparagement agreement? Well, Fine. Yes, I would hereby agree to participate in a verbal contract stating that I, David, will never say anything negative about my stay here on this island. Perfect! Delightful. Excellent. Yes! Yes! Hey, David, it's still totally cool if you have constructive feedback. The place to leave that is in a positive review, because we all know that nobody reads negative reviews of games. Resorts. Anyway, I see Dwight and Claudette have gone into a trance, and with the grumbling I hear from your belly, that can only mean one thing. Breakfast. Perfect timing. Everyone rolls into the dining area to lard up those... Fuck off. It's pancakes and bacon. So much for maintaining beach pods. We're all half naked in a tropical paradise. Can we get some strawberries here? A yogurt? Magic powers will only get you so far. Even killers watch their sodium intake. Fuck off. I want some goddamn pancakes. If the killers want to indulge and eat some food the way they want to without worrying about being judged for their appearance, I'm here for that. I like to enjoy food. Alright, take your plate and sit down. Thinking about yesterday and the whirlwind of feelings you experienced. Danger, dread, disorientation. It was like going through puberty again, except all in one day on a beautiful, mysterious island. Looks like you're not the only one doing some introspection, though. Trapper stands up to talk about how his day went, in case anyone was wondering. I wasn't. I can't imagine you could make me any angrier today than you did yesterday. I really hope you do. I really, really hope you do. Unrelated. Anyone see where I left my cleaver? Just kidding. I always know where my cleaver is. Well, that was bizarre. Back to your break. Nope. Now Hunter steps up to talk about her feelings. At this point, anything could happen. I'm open to all the possibilities that this strange island has in store. How open-minded! Surely that must be it. Surely no one else would weirdly stand up during breakfast, and just like that, here comes Spirit. Everyone sleep well, or I did, or should I say did not. I haven't slept in 20 years on account of the whole burning quest for familial revenge thing. And last night was no different, so in that case it was exactly how it should be. Got a lot of reading done, though. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to go back to quietly resenting being trapped here with you all, while looking cute doing so. Guessing Wraith has had enough time to work up the courage to speak in front of a group. Ah, there he is. Take us home, Wraith. I'm glad the introduction of David to our island paradise, and yeah, that was in quotations, didn't distract me from my normal routine. Ignoring all of you and vice versa. This place is an eternal prison of suspicion and suffering, and no one cares. I'm still the only one asking any questions. I'm asking a question too. It's when will Wraith shut the fuck up? And now they're all looking at you expectantly. Wait, what? Are you supposed to stand up and explain how yesterday made you feel? I think I need to process everything by myself. I'll see you all soon. Damn. Power play. Keep them wanting more. You're getting good at this game. A sexy, true-to-life experience. Shame he didn't eat any breakfast, but so be it. I wanted breakfast, though. I heard pancakes. Oh yeah, that is kind of a weird green, like, swan floaty thing. After breakfast, you head to the hot tub by yourself to clear your head. Yesterday was, in short, a lot. Before you get there, though, something catches your attention. You hear that? Who are you addressing, me? Well, yeah, I guess. That is okay, right? You know, I might be pursuing a relationship with one of these 4 fine killers, but it feels like the person I'm getting to know the most is you, narrator. It's only okay in so much as it serves to illustrate that you've lost your mind, seeing how I'm not real. Yeah, I heard it this time. Okay, yeah, I heard it this time. I think it's coming from behind the pool shed. No, stick it in there. Little more. Little more. Oh, yeah, that's it. Yeah. How's that feel? Intense. Nice. Yeah, that feels right. This is uncomfortable. Now I want you to take that and put right... Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Well, just like that? Exactly like that. I swear I had no idea these two even do whatever it is they're doing. I'm afraid to look. Please say something so they know you're close by and can hear everything. Oh wow, look at this super cool bottle of Trickster brand suntan lotion someone left on a chair. Anyone know where I can buy some? Damn it. Come on, a little privacy, please. Dwight is panting and Claudette has a crazed look in her eyes. Sorry, I didn't know how else to let you know I was here. And I could hear you know. Know what? What do you think we were doing? You're doing... I don't know exactly what you were doing, but it sounded like, fun? You think 2 people trying to find new ways to kill each other in a desperate search to make their own death permanent is fun? Oops. We get 5 minutes to ourselves every day. And we spend it hoping if we stab each other in just the right spot, we won't get resurrected. I've come to believe that the key is finding the exact place we need to bleed out from. And I believe that place is in our appendix. Why else would it be there? Well, that makes sense to me. Did you actually think we were me and him? Dwight? You don't have to laugh that hard, they get it. My life is a nightmare, and yet it's somehow worse than right now. Ah, let's go. I noted all our entry wounds and our 5 minutes is up. Good luck, David. You're gonna need it. Wow! Absolutely stomping on the white boy. And hey, if you figure out how to escape this island, please make sure your ghost tells us how. Oh, that was a tragedy and a comedy. Crashmedy. Shut up, I like it. Anyway, where were we? Oh yeah, you're heading to the hot tub by yourself to clear your head. Yesterday was, in short, a lot. So far, today has been exhausting too. But you're dedicated to achieving a true, centered sense of calm. No drama, no bullshit, just soaking up sun in a heated pool. Today, you're on a date with you. Ooh, I like that. I want to be on a date with me. Who would make the first move? Alright, aside from that disturbing thought, all is going to plan until a shadow blocks your precious sun. Spiky tipped, like a palm tree is bending over to screw with you. It's probably Trapper. It's no tree at all, it's... Hey, babe. Oh. Almost as bad, really. Breakfast was weird, huh? Everyone just getting up and announcing how they're feeling. What's that about? Some forced kind of check-in with the group? I don't like it. Fishy. Kind of lazy. Whatever, though. Breakfast is dumb. No one should eat before noon. Or after 4 p.m. Yeah, I do intermittent fasting. Have you seen my abs, by the way? Maybe you can see them later at my private stage on the other island. You know, IP Island, where all the Hollywood celebs hang out. All Hollywood celebs hang out. If you play your cards right, I could give you a private show. Catch you around. His abs are pretty amazing, you gotta give him that. And that blow-up bat, threatening but adorable. Makes for an interesting silhouette. Genius design. He's a psychopath, just like the rest of them. You don't gotta give him anything. Now, we're not best friends just because we had a little talk about doing a little talking. It's not an open invitation to go smashing the fourth wall every 5 seconds. Okay, now that guy's gone and we've got some ground rules established that we're definitely going to abide by, it's time to lay back, take some deep, slow breaths, and nope, there's another one. These people will not leave you alone. Let's see who it is this time. Oh, it's Spirit. That checks out. You two have gotten pretty cozy. We should get out of here. I know a place that brings a bit of welcome darkness to this tropical nightmare. Best of all, I'm the only one that seems to know about it, so we won't be bothered there. I don't know why I'm telling you, really. It's my private spot, but I've got a feeling that you'll appreciate it the way that I do. Not like these other assholes. They don't get me. But I'll get them. Oh, I'll get them all. I'll get my father, too. I'll punish him for what he did to me and my mother. Spirit radiates a menacing aura, waving her sword around in the air as she threatens, well, the entire universe. It's scary and more than a little hot if you get turned on by menacing. And I do. Look, all this time on Murderer's Island has got us both a little confused about things. I'm choosing to lean into it. I suggest you do the same. You've seen her get mad, which is probably enough to scare you into compliance, but you've also seen that there's a more sensitive side hiding within her. Which one do you think will win out? I want both to win! You consider her offer, but before you can decide if you want to go off with Spirit, Huntress interjects! I guess you could go off with Spirit today. She seems pretty cool, actually. I think if we weren't here on this island vying against each other for your attention, we might actually be friends. We might have something, though, you and I. I couldn't let you go off to her goth lighthouse without speaking up first. Yeah, I know her secret spot. I see everything through the holes in this adorable mask. So, my offer stands. We can still hang out today. Plenty of room at my cabin. Wink, wink. It's pretty cute that Huntress thinks she has to say wink, wink out loud. The mask barely even hides her face. Tough choice. You weigh your options quickly because you can only go on one date today, and you also don't want to be hacked to pieces for saying the wrong thing. It's always good to remember that these are all cold-blooded killers, but you know what they say, when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. Let's save the game. And check in with chat! Oh, hey, Belades. Is the suggestion that the other island was where all the collab Yes! Yes, Ryzen, that is exactly it. It's called IP Island because that's where all the licensed characters are. That they can't include in their little spin-off game. And then die a horrible, retching, writhing death after drinking it because the lemons were poisoned all along. Sorry, this island has really got me tilted. So, who will it be? Well, obviously I'm going with Spirit. Like, I need it to be absolutely clear that I'm on the Spirit train. I gotta go with Spirit. You've made the correct decision, but know this, just because you picked me doesn't mean I'm going to slobber all over you like a dog, understand? Absolutely, wouldn't have it any other way. Well, of course. You've still got a lot to prove to me. I want to believe that our connection is real, but I've been hurt before. Literally, with a katana. A katana that I now wield in spectral form. You feel me? Because you will feel me if you try any of that macho trapper crap. Yeah, I feel you. Before you ask Claudette and Dwight to clarify, I'll just let you know that yes, it is too late to change your answer. You and Spirit arrive at the coast, overlooking the Black Lighthouse. It's old and decrepit, but still impressive. There's something magnetic about it. You can see why Spirit would be drawn to such a place. Look Spirit up and down and notice that she's wearing all black, just like the lighthouse, because everyone only has one outfit in this game. I'm noticing a bit of a theme. Is black your favorite color? Black isn't really a color at all. It's the absence of color. It's a void. Like a black hole. I don't know. I believe that black is actually the abundance of every color. You know, it's like Urianger says, when all the colors of life's tapestry swirl together to make black. That's how it goes, right? I don't know anything about our color theory. Place that swallows light, a dying star. Oh, damn, that's dark. You're confident that Spirit will vibe with this, but Spirit doesn't really care for science fiction. Not the type with spaceships and lasers, anyhow. She's much more into the type of strange adventures that kick off right here on Earth. Earth. Is that where we are? You wonder. The lapping waves on the shore of the coast set a romantic tone. The fog that surrounds Spirit everywhere she goes blends perfectly with the mist rolling up over the rocky shoreline. She's at one with this place, and so are you. The peace doesn't last too long, however, as the lighthouse lets out an eerie howl, like a monster dying. A spiraling black light stretches out across the sky. Spirit has to yell at you just to be heard. Oh yeah, it does that! The light and sound recede and the two of you sit in silence. So we got the lighthouse screams and shoots a black laser beam. Spirit lays a towel down and then pats it gently. Clearly she wants your company, so you oblige. When you do, she takes out some sunscreen and hands it to you. Oh shit, we're in it now. You're not exactly sure what to do. Is this an invitation to get a little hands-on action? What else could it be? Well, she did explicitly say no, none of that macho trapper or crap. And I don't want to get sunburned, so... Alright, well, thank you. Oh, thanks, I forgot to bring Moan when I lost my memory and fell into the ocean. No problem, I figured as much. She turns away while you lotion up. You need any help reaching those difficult spots? You see a hand float around your back. Yeah, sure. Spirit's hand on your back is ice cold, but she has a soft touch. When she's done, she takes care of herself. You watch as Spirit applies sunscreen to herself in the most unique way, by floating her own severed hand around her back to spread it on. That's fucking cool. The fact that your hands just float around... Do you like that? And you can reach out things way easier than I can? You're like a superhero. It's so fucking cool. I'm glad you get a kick out of it, but floating severed limbs isn't exactly the type of superpower you wish for as a kid. I'd much rather be able to read minds. Maybe then I'd understand why some people act the way they do. I gotta tell you, Spirit, that actually is a power that I wished I had as a kid. I think it's super cool. Oh dear! Do I double down and say, like, no, I think the attached limbs thing is cool? Or do I apologize? It's true, I did double down out of character. So, alright, we can't save when we're, so I'll have to do it. I'm doubling down. Nah, that's not right. Alright. Yep. Try. That was the wrong choice. I had a feeling that's the direction it was gonna go. But I had to know. Alright. Like a black hole. Right. Right. Let's get back to where we were. Thank you. Alright, so she's sensitive about the severed limbs. So, should I comment on it again, but then apologize, or should I try a different option? Because I feel like asking about the glass shards is also going to be a sore point. Although, for real, I think... I don't like that it added on the whole, like, lighten up, because, like, no. I'm not going to tell her to lighten up, I just honestly want to say I think she's cool. Right. The fact your hand just float around like that is super cool. Alright, apologize. Sometimes humor is how you deal with uncomfortable situations, but clearly you read the room wrong. I was just thinking about what you must have gone through to end up like that. It must have been horrible. It was worse than death. At least death ends, eventually. But I wouldn't want to forget it. It literally made me who I am right now. The truth is, I could pull all of these bits of glass that are stuck in my flesh out right now, if I wanted to. But I don't. Each shard is a reminder of what my father did to me, and what the world did to him. That's why I refuse to play the universe's game. I hate the idea that I'll be forced to succumb to pressure the way he did in the end. The way that fear and anger filled him up and then came bursting out, the way his misery flooded our home and drowned us all. It's hard not to think about revenge. The dragon inside me, it's doing to me what the world did to him. I have to fight it even though it gives me strength. I must maintain control. You're stronger than he ever was, I'm sure of it. I appreciate that. I suppose a little help isn't a bad thing. In life, in love, the world is a lot to endure alone. Maybe I could use a little assistance reaching my delicate toes for a bit of lotion. Oh, we're getting feet action, boys and girls. You know, having your body contorted into these vengeful poses, it really does a number on my joints. It rubs the lotion on its skin. Oh, it's a mini game. Mini game to put sunscreen on Spirit's toes. This is not what I expected today. Oh dear. Oh dear. I may not survive the day, ladies and gentlemen. Wait. These skill checks are tricky. But at least I haven't failed them. Well, I suppose that the lotion made it to where it was supposed to be going eventually. And you weren't too wasteful. Not a woman who believes in rushing through things just to get them done. And if there is a next time, I'm sure you'll do even better. You look up at the lighthouse, its ominous dark form hovering above this moment between you and Spirit. Evil as it clearly is, in this case, it does you a solid by blurting out another ominous moan and burst of black light that rescues you from the awkward silence. Ooh, a ghost ship! From seemingly out of nowhere, an ancient-looking ship appears in the water. It glows, itself a thing of death, a spirit of a ship that once sailed these seas centuries ago. A tattered black flag whips in the ocean air above the ship as it careens toward the shore. Before crashing on the rocks, it must have been drawn in by the lighthouse. You hear the distant shouting of sailors as the old wooden ghost ship breaks up and sinks into the water. Alright, it does that sometimes too. Should we do something? Nah, the sharks will take care of it. Within a minute, the ocean is quiet again, except for the waves. Note to self, hungry sharks. But these, time-traveling pirates, or whoever they were, you're half sure you saw one of the skull and crossbone flags that aren't the only ones drawn here today. It's Wraith! He has emerged from the palm trees behind you. I didn't come here to break up your date or anything. I came here for that! Wraith points to the lighthouse. It is indifferent to his attention. I've been seeing it in my dreams, shining its strange light on me. I can't avoid it. Through woods and walls, nothing seems to stop it from reaching out to me. Duh, it's a haunted lighthouse. It does that to everyone at some point. You're no more special than me, those dead pirates or that mermaid I saw washed up on the shore that one time. Ew. Mermaids, by the way, aren't even close to as beautiful in person as they are in movies. More sea witch than underwater princess, if you get my drift. It's all part of a vast conspiracy, an epic river of lies that runs beneath the island, or something. I'm pretty sure I figured it out. The basics, anyhow. If you come with me, you can get cut! Spirit waves her katana, nearly trimming a couple of buttons off Wraith's tropical shirt. He takes the hint and backs away a few steps slowly. For the quiet guy, he never shuts up. Okay, be that way. We'll see. Alone at last, tension broken, deathly moans quiet, and Wraith banished back to wherever he hangs out, you scooch closer to Spirit, breathing in the damp, foggy air that seems to emanate from her. Oh, we're doing the thing again. It's not quite clear how the whole fog thing works, but you don't even care, you're feeling this moment. Spirit seems to be feeling it too. She starts to adjust her robe, and you get a peek at the bathing suit beneath. For someone who seems intent on proving how little she cares about what everyone else thinks, she put a lot of work into getting into that suit. It's got straps for days. Hey! However, you're so focused on what's happening with Spirit, you don't see the next interruption coming. It's Claudette and Dwight. They burst in on you and interrupt whatever it was you were doing. Doesn't seem like they were worried they'd bump into much. We're here to make a very dramatic announcement. Well, technically we're here to invite you to join us back at the beach, where we'll be making a very dramatic announcement. It's hard being the producers and the hosts. Aren't survivors supposed to work in groups of 4? Haha! Reference to game mechanics. Alright, when you arrive at the beach, you realize you were set up. Despite promising an announcement, Dwight and Claudette simply stand quietly. This isn't at all what you were promised. Wait a minute, there's no announcement being made! But there is a me! Hi, Wraith! You got mud in your ears, friend? I told you to get lost. Don't you see? Lost is what I am, and so are you! But I know the way out! I've got a map back in my secret lair. Literally and figuratively. Yeah, I know the difference. That's why you should ditch Spirit and come spend the rest of the night with me instead. You've got a secret lair? Damn it. Who said anything about a secret lair? I said I've got, sap! Sap in my secret hair! There's a flap on my secret chair? Don't change the subject. Don't ask me what he's talking about. You're trying to make a mess of the first nice day I've had in I don't know how long, because it's not even clear what year it is, but in a while. I'm not about to be ditched for the likes of you. It's not me messing things up. Like, I keep trying to tell you, it's this dang island. I've come to accept a difficult truth. What's happening here, well, I'm convinced that it's our fate. It's not anyone's decision, it's simply the way it will be. There's no use fighting it. What would you even know about fighting? All you know is hiding in your spooky little secret hair and crying like a baby while ringing your little bell. So don't tell me what I can and can't fight back against. I was born a fighter. A dragon lives inside me. I can't not fight, even when all I might want to do is hide. Don't you see this giant hat? It's a metaphor. If I do have a fate, my fate is to win every fight that comes my way. Got it? Folks? Oh. Oh, you hide. I've seen you hide. You do your little phase-walking routine. What do you call that? It's basically cloaking. We all know that cloaking is a type of hiding. Folks? You cloak. I don't cloak. I'm not a cloaker. I phase-walk out in the open. You just can't see me. You have no idea what they're talking about, but this sure sounds like some video game community forum thread minutia, if ever there was such a thing. Not that you know about that either. Alright, I think I need to take a quick break to get some water. Like, laughing at that fucking sunscreen minigame has done a number on me, so I'm gonna take a momentary break here. Alright, I will be back in just a moment. I'm gonna get a drink and kind of clear my throat a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back. I have water. Okay, let's keep going with this. It sure doesn't seem like Dwight and Claudette are going to stop this, so it's on you. Ahem. I think I was brought here to make this choice, so I'm going to do that now. And I choose... Let's see. As much as I like spending time with Spirit, and I am trying to, you know, stay in her good graces, I feel like the Wraith is onto something, and he's, like, figuring something out. Like, he absolutely is, like, working behind the scenes to try and figure out, like, what's making the island tick. And I would very much like to go with him and see if, like, hey, you've got a map, you figured something out about this place, about why we're here, because that's what the ocean said, find out why you're here. That sounds great, but I also don't want to risk, like, hurting Spirit's feelings by running out on her. This is a lot more... I have to say, this is a lot more in-depth than I was expecting. Alright. Chose to spend the day with Spirit. We had our little date by the evil lighthouse. And that was nice. Then she's... Also, it doesn't help that she's kind of annoyed with Wraith right now, so I think that if I go with him, like, that will also, like, further, like, hurt her feelings. So, as much as I want to know, like, what Wraith has going on and what he's figured out, I'm gonna stick with Spirit for the time being. When it comes down to it, neither of these two seems easy to love. I mean, damn, Spirit literally has broken glass shards sticking out of her, but she has a certain charm to her gloom. Spirit and I were actually having a nice time. Besides, if it's my fate to end up on this island, well, to hell with fate, really. And don't take this the wrong way, Wraith, but the amount of awkwardness you pack into a single day, no wonder you're so skinny. All that second-guessing yourself must burn a lot of calories. No offense taken, yeah, okay, it's true, I can be a little awkward, I guess, sometimes. Right, so I'm gonna stick with Spirit. She breathes a sigh of relief. I've got enough revenging to do without having to kill you and Wraith, too. There, see, it all worked out. Spirit walks you around a corner to show you something that she discovered in this place and knew was meant to be connected with her journey. A cherry tree. It's just a small sapling, but has begun to sprout flowers. It doesn't make sense to see a cherry tree here, in this place. It also doesn't make sense to see a ghost in a black bathing suit, so, you know, just accept it. As Spirit steps up to the tree, a cold breeze pulls some petals off and they come cascading through the air around you both. Wow. Do you know the meaning of the cherry blossom? They're beautiful, but also quite symbolic. Of course, like all good symbols, their meaning is pretty complicated. Isn't it about, like, the transience of life, how they bloom so quickly and then the petals fall off, like, almost, like, so fast that it's like there's beauty only in the fleetingness of life and how you have to savor things as they come? Alright, what do they mean to you? Yeah, for many people, being among cherry blossoms is like being at a celebration of life. People travel great distances just to be near their vibrant beauty. However, as beautiful as they might be, they aren't magical. They're just flowers. They quickly die and fade away. For this reason, they are also a symbol of the fleeting nature of life, of our fragile mortality. Yeah, see, I know my stuff. In a way, it's the specter of looming death that calls attention to this special moment, to see and appreciate life. How does that duality make you feel? honestly, I'm in that camp. Like, yeah, we have to appreciate and enjoy life as it comes. Accepting the fleeting nature of life, like the beauty of a flower in bloom, allows me to appreciate the moment without being too hung up on what comes next. As you explain, Spirit's face begins to look sad at you. You're not sure why. It's not the happiest topic, life, death, but life and death. Why should that matter? And then it dawns on you. Spirit has been trapped in this ghastly state of death with no hope to cycle back, no rebirth, her moment of blossoming life long gone. That scary time of death and decay that comes after the good part. That's Spirit's eternity. I feel... oh shit. I wasn't talking about you. I wasn't, like, thinking you in that way. You just answered from the heart. I can't let that bother me. Our priorities are not the same. I have my mission. Once, the fallen cherry blossoms represented the souls of samurai warriors, those with noble characters, those who did not fear death, those who were killed in the greatest sacrifice to honor their emperor. Their lives were short, but their purpose gave them beauty. Those warriors saw death coming, but never despaired. They stood and faced it. They held their swords and struck down their fear. But despite the samurai spirit that lives on in me, in my noble bloodline, my life has ended, but my death continues to stretch on. The cycle is frozen. This cherry tree, it's not real. Those petals fall, they soon replenish. It's as if it were installed here by someone. You watch a spirit who chooses her words very carefully, by something with no respect for the balance of life and death. We're sorry to interrupt. You know we don't believe you, right? Yep. This time we've got a really good reason. It has nothing to do with us being manipulated by an unseen force, because that's definitely not happening. No one accused you of that, but okay. We're just here to tell you that it's time for dinner, silly! And get it while it's hot. Guess it's time to go, or whatever. Thanks for spending some time with me today. I enjoyed it. Me too. Yeah. Whew. Emotions is complicated. What a fun day you've been having. I can see it written all over your face. You're shining. And that's not just the remaining anxious sweat from spending an afternoon courting a psycho killer. No, you really are feeling this whole romantic experience. Don't worry, I'll keep your dirty little secrets. But enough gentle ribbing. It's time to get back to business. All the, appetizing singles have arrived for dinner, including Trickster. Wraith is also here. We're not going to do the gag where we cram them all on screen at the same time again, so just believe me, they're all here. They're just as sexy and demented as you remember them. With your love on the line, everyone is being very careful not to offend you by saying the wrong thing. Congrats, by the way, on getting this far. I'm as surprised as you are that these four are falling for you. No, not because of your personality, but because you met them yesterday. However, since Wraith seems like the biggest long shot to end up holding onto your heart, he throws caution to the wind and speaks up. It's a pretty small consolation prize for being the least loved killer on Murderer's Island, but hey, letting them have this one moment in the spotlight is the least we can do. Heaven knows they won't do any better than that. I'm sick of watching everyone else gorge themselves while I'm preoccupied with, trying to get to the bottom of this never-ending nightmare. So tonight, none of that. I'm not really hungry anyway, so I say we just do a simple salad, or something. The green kind, not the mayo kind. Mayo is gross. I'm fine with just lettuce, it doesn't have to be fancy. Not iceberg though, it has no nutritional value. Alright, letting Wraith choose was a mistake. That's on all of us. Dinner will be served shortly, but certain power brokers would like to know about your day. Would you like to share your day with the rest of the group? You had an interesting day, that's for sure, but how will you describe it to the others? Say too much or too little, and it could affect your standing with the group. Okay, but don't just sit there and say nothing. Nothing is not an option. Be coy or gush about your date? Alright, so I feel like gushing about the date could potentially embarrass Spirit, which, I don't know, I feel that's not... I don't think she'd appreciate that. But more than that, I'm concerned that it's going to make Trapper jealous. And that could cause a problem. But would downplaying how pleasant it was, like, ho-hum. I'm... Alright, if I'm gonna answer from the heart, and I'm just gonna be myself, I would gush. I would talk about how much fun I had, and how wonderful Spirit is. So, but then, narrator said, if you say too much, it could affect your standing with the group. We have to be tactical about this, don't we? Throw me a bone here, narrator. Be coy. Gush about your date. Honestly, though, I think Trapper's gonna become a problem either way, because I didn't hang out with him. So, okay, let's... What about Huntress? Huntress wanted to hang out, and I turned her down to hang out with Spirit. If... I don't know, she doesn't strike me as the jealous type. So... I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go for it. I knew it! I see that expression! I picked the wrong thing! I wish you could all get to meet the real Spirit. She has a beautiful soft side, and you all get to see it if you were a bit nicer to her. That's not what I would say. She looks truly horrified. I promise she doesn't want people paying her any more attention. She's just trying to do her own thing, not fall into the killer club. You're right. Yeah, you know, that tracks. That's what I was worried about. Nope. Run it back. We're running it back. I'm not holding... This is an L I refuse to take. Alright, be coy. Wasn't really a date, more like two people avoiding everyone else and choosing to be alone, but doing it in a relatively close proximity to each other. Exactly! Couldn't have not said anything of value better myself. She's clearly happy with the way you portrayed your date. No surprise, she doesn't like people getting into her business. Dwight and Claudette bring out dinner, everyone eats in silence, no one trusts anyone now, and they're all very tired. Wait, nope, sorry. It's a dreary supernatural horror thriller set in Antarctica, not a charming parody dating sim set in an undisclosed tropical paradise. Bony appetit. Don't you mean bone? No. Almost everything we serve has a lot of bones in it, even the vegetables. Impossible to avoid on this island. Everyone eats without speaking. Tensions are rising, of the sexual and deadly variety. When everyone finishes, Dwight and Claudette come back to clean up the table. They linger around you as they pick up your plate, take your napkin, dust crumbs off the table. What would you like to say to the servants? Your top-notch service is much appreciated. In fact, here. For us, just for doing our jobs, thank you kindly. Everyone, if you would please be so kind as to follow us to the fire pit, we'd greatly appreciate it. We've been told something big is going to happen, something that will change everything. You can go willingly or unwillingly. You have no choice. Tough cookies. Did you have a choice on how you said that, dweeb? Yes, and I immediately regret how I did. Good, something needs to change around here. Fire is rebirth. Fire illuminates the soul. Hope the fire isn't too smoky. Smoke hurts my eyes. I have pretty sensitive eyes. I'm also horribly afraid of it. The fire, I mean, not my eyes. Because of childhood trauma involving fire. Finally, everyone starts moving toward the fire pit, if only to get away from Wraith's complaining. Come on, why is this game so mean to Wraith? You take a seat on a comfortable log, feeling the fire's heat against your skin, and wait for other killers to take their places, wondering who will want to tell a story this time. Will narrator tell a story? I bet they've got a stunningly creative mind. Hey, you think. Are they allowed to simply place thoughts in my mind like this? Doesn't seem fair. Everyone makes their way in, but something unexpected happens. Nothing. Nothing happens. Something almost seems to be happening here, so nothing is probably not a great sign. Oh, cool, now everyone's looking at you. So, you know, do something. Should I pick someone to tell a story, or we could play charades? Or boggle? Well, we were actually thinking, why don't you tell us a story? Alright, so, I've got this fanfic running about my Final Fantasy XIV character, if you'd like to hear about that. Wraith points his spine and skull staff thingamajig at you. Duck out of the way, who knows what that thing can do? Probably shoots lasers. It does not shoot lasers. I've played Wraith extensively. I wish he had lasers. Try not to bore us. We're just very interested in you. Don't speak for me, Huntress. Now you can't tell if you're warm from the fire or if it's your nerves heating up. I know the fire is right here, but maybe if we stop talking about it all the time, we can start to pretend it's not here and doesn't, you know, threaten to burn us all alive. Wraith can hear the narrator! Wraith can hear the narrator! Oh, yeah, he's not supposed to hear me. Get out of here, Wraith. David was about to make an important decision about telling a story or not. Alright, yeah, I'll tell a story. I hope it's a mystery. Okay, so what type of story do you want to tell? Oh, really? Why are adventure and action like two different choices? That seems kind of redundant, you know? Like, there's obviously going to be action in an adventure. And, I'll be real. I'm not I don't have the confidence to tell a romance story in polite company. And besides, Spirit already told a romance story. I don't want to, like, impugn on her style. Let's go with an adventure story. Fuck this. Fuck off. Alright, you like your Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson movies? How about some adventure? Oh, now we're talking. It's not my favorite, but I respect your choice and will nod politely. You don't have to say that, Wraith. Just nod politely. Alright, here goes. I really like to go fishing. Solid hobby, great foundation for a story, for sure. You pause. Everyone is waiting with bated breath. No pun intended. Oh wait, that's it? Not much of a story, barely even a thought. My pun was better than that story. You sure that's all you have to say? No, I was kidding. So what type of story do you want to tell? Okay, so... Personal story isn't gonna work if, in character, I can't remember anything about myself. And at that point, I'd pretty much just be recounting the events of the past 2 days. Which might as well just be a romance story. Alright, let's try a personal story. I'll get a little personal now, if that's okay. Those types of tales are the best, and often the most sad. It's a bit of a love story. It's about two strong hunters who meet when they both try to bludgeon the same wily Wolverine. Or about a deranged killer who makes the only woman who ever believed in him witness a display of shocking violence. No, Trickster, it's not about your backstory. Not quite, it's about my parents. They met at a party in college. He was hosting, she'd been dragged there by some friends. Oh. Couldn't have been more different. Yet, as the night went on, they were drawn to each other. She made fun of his taste in music, and he took an interest in her major, women's studies. My parents actually met at the drive-thru to a Jack in the Box. My mom was working the register. They were married within 2 months. Bit too soon to know if you can trust someone, don't you think? Oh, it's so sweet. Exactly. I learned a lot about love from them. If you know, you know. Some people, you don't need years to get acquainted with someone. Love could spark from a look across a campfire. Now you've got their attention. Each killer is furiously attempting to catch your eye from across the fire pit. It's quite alarming. Except for Trickster, who has headphones in and is loudly playing his own music to drown you out. Okay, that was not a very good story. I don't mean to insult you, but it was actually quite bad. Sorry, but this narrator keeps it real. We can't just end there. So who else would you like to hear a story from tonight? You look from killer to killer, trying to decide who might be the most entertaining. Let's save. Honestly, I am dying to hear from Wraith. I feel like Wraith has something he's been meaning to say for a while now. Because I already heard from Spirit, and her story was fantastic, but I don't know if she wants to be in the spotlight again. Alright, Wraith, let's hear it. I guess, if you want, let's see, what story could I tell? I could tell you about Mami Wata, a beautiful African sea goddess who would lure men in with sex and then reveal her true form as half woman, half fish, making them swear to be true to her and no one else. Long story short, it usually ended badly for the men. Which is the end of that story, I guess. My bad. Let's see. Oh, there's that one about the mysterious cult that would demand a human sacrifice to... no, that's no good. You don't want to hear that one. Oh, there's the living tree. Its branches were more like tentacles, and it oozed a strange liquid from its bark. One time, a girl I knew drank this liquid. She disappeared that very night. But a week later, a new tree appeared, and a very familiar-looking face etched into the bark. No, that's a bad story. That could never happen. What about something truly horrifying? One time, I was doing my maths, and I mixed up the quadratic equation and Pythagorean theorem. This is obviously the devs showing, spouting off math terms that they know are commonplace and don't expect anyone to actually think about, because those things are, completely different. Just for a second, in my mind, I guess I was tired. But wow, that was really scary. I want to hear more about the half-fish lady. Particularly the fish part. It's not just you, David. Half the time I have no idea what the hell Trapper is talking about either. When you're hot and rich and extremely scary, you start to think people will just accept whatever you say. So how was story time? A lot of people like to take pot shots at sequels, but I think every good story deserves a follow-up. When you think it's the end, a sequel is almost never as rewarding as the original. That's why I'm much more of a fan of the episodic style of storytelling. Knowing it's a series takes a lot of pressure off of any individual installment, and builds a greater sense of community between audience and creator. Tell me, David, if you could delete any sequel from existence, what would it be? Don't answer that, we don't actually care. We're just here to make sure that we seamlessly move on to the next segment of the evening. God forbid my small talk get in the way of a romantic twilight moment. Dwight, I need you to shut your trap. You know that we need to get back to that thing that we do when we're not on screen. Okay. You have fun tonight. Try not to wink, wink, end up dead. Why do you say the words wink, wink out loud? And what kind of double entendre are you getting at with the end up dead thing? Dwight is physically incapable of winking, not since the accident. You do know that all these people are despicable criminals with double-digit kill counts, right? Well, except for Spirit. She really doesn't belong here. She's strictly a victim, not a perpetrator. God, no wonder she's pissed. This is true. Unironically, Spirit did nothing wrong. Did I hear somebody trash-talking Spirit? Deal me in! What do you say we take this talk to the hot tub so I can soak this bod while I roast that ghost with some killer hot takes? Shut the fuck up, Trapper. You are the worst character. Please, enough talk of burns, things that are lit or getting blazed. It's enough that these activities have to be set next to a literal fire. Must I be surrounded by figurative flames as well? What if we turned and ran as far away from this place as we could? Just you and me. On those spindly legs, you'd probably tire before you got too far. If it's running away to someplace more secluded David is after, you should obviously join me. Have you seen these legs? Pure power. Huntress, Wraith by far is the fastest of the four here. And you are the slowest. Not that... yeah! I was about to say! Not that my walk speed really reflects my giant stature, but that's because I choose to move slowly for stealthy reasons. It's my own choice, and it's completely logical. In game, Huntress has very slow walk speed because she has a ranged attack. Why is everyone so obsessed with comparing themselves to each other and creating drama? I'm so over all that. Don't you get it? Society wants to trick you into fighting with each other so that corporations can swoop in and sell you fake solutions to all your fabricated problems. She knows what it's all about! I'll be sitting in the shade and drinking something locally sourced while thumbing through a public domain novella printed on recycled paper because I refuse to play their game anymore. It's like she's actively trying to be as unappealing as possible. Does it really turn anyone else on, or is it just me? Despite Trapper's insatiable appetite, it seems his attention, along with the attention of everyone else, is still on you. For the moment. If you could, I don't know, just pick one of us, maybe we could all move along with our lives, or, you know, some special projects we might have going. Well, you heard him. Who will it be? Who will you head off with for an evening activity? I'm just saying, you may not get a ton of chances to date around like this before your time on Murderer's Island comes to a close. And no, I'm not satisfied with that name either. This streaming reality TV dating show boom happening, it's pretty much all that wasn't taken. Okay, so that's... there we have it. This is absolutely being filmed by Trickster or one of the other killers. Which killer will you pick? And yes, we're back to excluding Trickster because, that guy. Alright, Spirit, if you'll have me. Oh, you picked me. Yay. Sorry, that was rude of me. I despise phoniness, so I should be honest with you. You make for interesting company, and I love the idea of winning over these other killers at all costs, even when I hate the game and the prize, but I had a long day. Floating, subverting expectations, grinding my teeth as I imagine sweet, sweet revenge. It takes a lot out of me. So, don't stop bringing your A game, alright? It might seem like I hate everything, and getting to really know who I am is an impossible task not worth trying, but too bad. You won't know unless you search deep inside yourself and bring everything you've got. Or just say the right thing at the right time and melt my cold heart in an instant. I don't know the rules here any better than you do. See you at the bar, I guess. You arrive at the bar to find Dwight and Claudette both holding cocktail shakers surrounded by a bevy of bottles for assorted boozes. Who's ready to get wasted? Well, I don't drink, so not me. You really don't drink, ever? Is that, like, because it will just fall out a hole in your stomach thing? Or, I don't drink alcohol because alcohol is poison of the body and mind, and I don't need to act like a fool to have a good time thing? Then why did you choose a mixology lesson as your romantic nighttime activity? Everyone knows this kind of date is just an excuse to get loaded up on booze and make terrible decisions. It's true, not a single person has ever learned anything at one of these things. Yeah, Dwight, now that's not true. You learned how to tie a cherry knot in a stem using only your tongue. Whoa! Who ordered the soda with a splash of my private business? Because that's off the menu! I know what I'm drinking to forget tonight. Mixology is a real thing, and it doesn't require alcohol to be interesting. I'll have you all know that I worked at a restaurant before I was violently executed. By your father, on whom you will have your bloody vengeance. Right, well, so be it. How about you, David? Do you drink? I got the impression that tonight will be a night I want to remember perfectly, so I'm going to pass on the alcoholic beverages. Hear, hear! Alcohol is a false escape. Besides, it's not like sober people can't have fun. You watch as Spirit picks up a plump cherry and roughly stabs a little plastic sword through it. Cherry juice spatters everywhere, and its fruity little guts flop out onto Spirit's lap. Oopsie! One of the upsides of wearing black, it hardly shows stains. No take-backsies. So, lovebirds, what drink shall we make? I don't know what a zombie is. My mom knows how to make a dark and stormy, and Bloody Mary is pretty simple, so tell me what a zombie is. Wait. Will she take offense to that? She's referred to herself as a ghost repeatedly. What is a zombie? Teach me about the mixed drink called a zombie. A zombie sounds pretty fun, right? Yeah, I knew it! Oh, no, I didn't think... You didn't think I meant you, did I? I'd never. It's not an undead insult. It's some kind of kooky retro cocktail. It's a bunch of ingredients and a signature look. I thought we could make one. The best part, they're served out of an empty skull. You see Claudette's eyes go wide as she makes cut-it-out stupid hand symbols to Dwight. An empty skull-shaped glass, not a literal skull. We don't have any of those on hand to pour drinks in. And even if we did, yuck! Am I right? Okay, you've got my attention, so what's in one of these? You do actually know, right? And you promise it's a good drink. It's definitely not a joke about my semi-undead state. Yes, of course I know. Well, obviously I don't! You said this was a mixology thing, and we were gonna, like, learn something. I said that because I didn't know what it was, and I wanted to learn. That's what I thought this whole premise was, that we were learning how to mix drinks. You're gonna do it live? She's gonna be so impressed by your mixology knowledge. You got this. Alright, we're going non-alcoholic first, so we'll start with a substitute for the... rum. I've got rum extract, so it can be mixed with a little apple juice. Then we'll toss in some... Then we'll toss in some... lime. Not too sour, not too sweet. Tropical vibe, courtesy of some... What the fuck is falernum? Definitely not lavender. I'm more of a horchata gal, but falernum is one of the more traditional recipes. refreshing sweetness of pineapple, blood red tint, a splash of grenadine. Toss in the final ingredient plus a few drops from some other bottles for no reason, beyond the fact that they look cool. Mix it all up in a shaker, just like in that movie you never saw, because we can't mention another single intellectual property that we don't have a proper license for. I must say, it's delicious. I don't really care for these complicated drinks, but I appreciate all the energy you put into making it. Look at you! I didn't know you had it in you. It was nothing. Now, can I just get some ginger ale? Don't take it too personally. I plan on drinking the rest after you two leave. What? You're gonna drink all this, narrator? Before you get a chance to try your own creation, the sound of thunder rumbles from an approaching storm, echoes over the ocean. And lightning strikes a palm tree on the beach and immediately starts a fire. The activity ends abruptly as Claudette and Dwight usher the two of you away from the bar. That is an adorable expression on spirit. Gang's all together again on the volleyball court. Seems like only yesterday you were sitting on the sidelines watching everyone get sweaty. That's because it was? Oi, feels like I've been here a lot longer than that, actually. It's so late that the sun is already beginning to rise. Better get this over with, quickly, so that you can get some beauty rest. I do not recommend the eternal damnation of perpetual narratordom. Good thing you've already used your time well since then. Really getting to know the gang, the brain, the mogul, the basket case, the psychotic bunny girl. You know, the 4 types of people. Anyway, everyone is gathered on the volleyball court for a new type of game. Pitch your dream date and see who David chooses. Alright, who's ready for a round robin? How round are we talking? No, not to eat, Huntress. Each killer gets 2 minutes to tell you all about the dream date that they have planned for you tomorrow. In no particular order, which is a weird thing to mention, right? Almost like the order does matter. Trapper, why don't you go first? You think you deserve it, even if, in this case, it's a subtle dig. Stop talking. Trapper, without further ado, would you like to make us all uncomfortable by pushing the boundaries of what's acceptable not only in polite society, but within the narrative of this in-world event and also the larger meta-narrative of a Dead by Daylight dating experience? Sometimes you just gotta say it. Why, yes, thank you, I'd love to. So David, you're thinking of picking me? Well, this is your final warning. Pick me and be punished. And rewarded? Tomorrow will suck. Probably. I'm not an easy guy to get along with, I know that. But I can tell you this much. I'm hiding a secret on this island that will make fans shit themselves with excitement. If you like Trapper, you're gonna love it. And if not, you're a maggot. And everyone. Also everyone, even confident, sexy ladies in rabbit masks, better stay the hell away from my yacht. Sorry. Anyway, Wraith. Well, I don't know. I'd really prefer to just tell David privately. I don't really know how that's going to work with these game mechanics. What if he just whispered it to David? Wraith considers this for a long moment. Too long. That's fine. Without moving, Wraith lowers his voice to a barely audible whisper. Tomorrow we have to find my bell. And I can finally tell you what I've been working on. It's going to be really special. The kind of thing where we will really bond. And maybe finally get off this island. And maybe then we can go on a real date. You done? Is that it? Wraith nods, proudly. Great! Huntress, why don't you take it from here? Tomorrow morning, I'm planning on a nice atmospheric breakfast on the yacht. Don't worry, Trapper won't even know it's gone. What was that? Nothing, go away. Then, boy oh boy, I've got such an adventure planned. It involves hunting for treasure. What kind of treasure are we looking for? Guess you'll just have to pick me to find out. Let me tell you, it's primo stuff. Now, if you don't mind, I've got to start preparing, because it's clear already that you're going to pick me. Confident, mysterious, I like it. Hit us, spirit! Figuratively. Damn it, Dwight, you gotta watch your words with these people. Tomorrow, you'll spit in the face of God, die, and be reborn anew. That's it? If you're not intrigued by that, I don't want you. Go draw crayon art with Trapper, or dig up whatever mysteries with Wraith. I don't know what those guys do all day. Do you want to at least specify which god you'll be spitting in the face of? All of them! Okay then, so hydrate tonight if you intend to hang out with Spirit. And time's up, everyone. Gosh, you'll need to dream about these options so you're ready to choose in the morning. Now go dream about all these swoon-worthy options so that you're ready to make a choice come dawn. Like, could they make it... did you two forget to mention something? Oh gosh, how could we forget? Better you run off to slumber peacefully. Before you run off to slumber peacefully, there's one more thing to do. No reality survival dating competition parody would be complete without singling out one of our contestants who is already teetering on the edge of a psychological break and giving them a little push. Hold up, has this been a survival dating competition parody this entire time and I'm just now finding out about it? Oh, come on, the signs were there, you just didn't read them. Welcome to Murderer's Island. It's now time to eliminate one of the killers. Oof, it's like a butchering, but it hurts even worse. You can't be a killer, but can you break their... You can't kill a killer, but can you break their heart? Do you dare to even try? What, you mean... That's right. Tomorrow, one of these sexy slicers will not be eligible to take you on a date. Who's it gonna be? But why? Because it's dramatic? Because it's surprising? It's a classic reversal of fate? And it will hurt someone's feelings! Someone dangerous. What's it gonna be, champ? What's your thought process here? Trapper seems like he might throttle you in your sleep if you eliminate him. That being said, at least you'd see him coming. Spirit could be anywhere. She floats, and I hear she can disappear. Hard to track. Ooh, if you get rid of Wraith, he might cry. And although I totally support normalizing men crying and being vulnerable, it seems like he might be an ugly crier. Huntress, she might pretend to be okay with it, but then you'll start seeing her behind every tree. Alright, I think we need to save the game. In preparation. What I'm trying to say is, I don't envy you, boss. So which sociopath are you eliminating? Trapper? Well, this was very simple. Trapper, you scare the living shit out of me. You are eliminated. Oh, that's fair. Honestly, though, I don't care. You suck. But not in a good way. You bore me, you personality-free maggot. It wouldn't even be fun to kill you. Which I was totally going to do tomorrow the first chance I got. So really, this is a win-win for both of us. Still might kill you, though, out of principle for eliminating me. Sleep with both eyes open, and have fun on your date tomorrow. Alright, now that you've broken the heart of someone heartless, you should go get some shut-eye. Don't worry too much about the broken heart you left behind, because, of course, they'll be receiving a consolation prize. They might not get to go home with David when this is all over, but they'll never sleep alone again. That's right! We're sending our eliminated player home with... their own mostly new Trickster body pillow. The next best thing to the real Trickster. It might not hug you back, but it definitely won't try and stab you. And how do we know? Because I've tried it. That's right, it's Dwight tested. Claudette approved. I hope you sleep well tonight, David. You're my hero for what you've accomplished. How can you sleep tonight knowing what you've done? No, not because of the guilt. I mean, knowing there's a legit homicidal maniac who hates you so close by. How can you sleep tonight? Knowing what you'll do tomorrow. I don't know how you'll do it, but you better go before Dwight and Claudette come back and put you to sleep themselves. You know those two. Schedule, schedule, schedule. Wow, what a crazy way to end the day. An elimination. I didn't even know it was that kind of game. Let's check in with everyone, especially with our loser. Everyone deserves a send-off. We'll see how things go tomorrow, I suppose. I'm not expecting anything. I tend to shut my mind off during hard times. I know I seem all excited and devil-may-care, but the truth is I'm really a pessimist at heart. That tends to happen when your mother is skewered by an elk when you were young. Yeah, how'd you know? Wild guess. It's also the only thing you talk about. If you'll excuse me, I think I saw a raccoon over in that tree and I'm feeling peckish. I don't really know what's happening here. I honestly haven't been paying attention. Oh, David. Sorry, I forgot. I'm focusing on other things. More important things. One way or another, I won't be here for much longer. I don't handle rejection well. At least I don't think I do. No one has ever been dumb enough to reject me before. Yeah, the more I think about it, the angrier I'm getting. I'm a giant rage machine, so everyone in this room should be scared right now. Turn the camera off! Did I think there was a chance I might get eliminated? Yeah, I did. Did I care if I got eliminated? Not even a little. Does the volume of the words I spend talking about how much I don't care about things signify a deeper yearning within me to be seen, heard, and validated by those around me? Nah. What? No, you're not part of this! You don't get a confessional! It's cool, man. I'm not part of anything, you feel me? I'm not a cog in anyone's machine. I'm my own machine. This whole thing is pretty cute, though. Charmingly low-budget, old-school marketing vibes. Not gonna lie, I kinda wish this wasn't so busy right now. I'd definitely be down with a reality show style dating competition with survival elements. But I got my new album, upcoming tour, finalizing the new sneaker line, producing a limited series on my life, starting a new social media NFT crypto app, and doing these private gigs over on IP Island. My dudes, you gotta come check it out. IP Island, it's dope. It's where all the real killers are hanging out. Fully licensed, no legal drama. Lawyers, take a hike. I'm gonna tell everyone that Trickster said that about them, don't worry. I'm talking about your favorite established characters from all over pop culture that can't be seen on this island. Hell, you probably can't even mention them. Like Ghostface. Don't you say it! Look, we get it. You're very popular and in demand. We have a game to get back to, and I don't want to be sued. Ghostface. Come on! Whatever. I don't even care. I'm the Trickster. See you around, David. You too, narrator. I have a name. You do? Yes! Seriously, they do not pay me enough to deal with you people. Is it my turn? What? No! No, it is not your turn! You're sentient water! How are you even sitting in the chair? What's a chair? It's the thing you're getting all wet. Now it's gonna smell like mildew. Okay. Rude. Fine, let's just get this over with. It's your turn, Ocean. Do your check-in. Check-in? I was just looking for the bathroom. Bath... Are you serious? It's down the hall, to the left. It's okay. Never mind. Never mind? What does that mean? No, not you too. This wasn't meant to be confessional time for literally every character in the game. Oh, it's okay. We don't have anything to have to confess anything. We've just been working our asses off for 2 days straight and want to sit down somewhere. This chair is wet. Yeah, I think the ocean just peed on it. How is that? You know, I don't care. You two are looking pretty pleased with yourselves. I've got something to confess. Oh, great. What's it gonna be? You ate glue in the 2nd grade. You cheated on an algebra test once. Watching Trapper get eliminated was the first time in this unending spiral staircase of pain that is my life that I've ever felt a modicum of joy. Every minute that I'm alive is a nightmare. This place, this sun, these sweet sugary drinks, it sounds fun for a long weekend, but for an eternity? The unrelenting rhythm of crashing waves and wailing seagulls, it's like a crescendoing song of evil that makes me question the very foundation of the universe. Why am I here? Why are any of us here? What kind of sentient being would do this? Please erase me from this existence. Make it so I was never born. Pull the plug on this experiment and let my soul be free, and please, please get me out of this polo shirt! Okay, let's get you to bed, buddy. I don't want to go to bed. Going to bed means eventually I'll have to wake up. Yikes. Huh. That was a weird way to end. Ah, well, what are you gonna do? You let the camera roll long enough, someone is bound to say something crazy. Anyway, seems like everyone's had their shot to annoy me tonight, so hit the hay and get some rest. Tomorrow is gonna be a doozy. I like doing this voice acting stuff. It's so much fun. Right. Soft sunlight warms your skin, nudging you awake. Also, you're using a killer crab as a pillow, which it's sort of okay with. Oh, what's that? You don't know about killer crabs? Oh, right, you didn't go on that Huntress date. You really missed out. It was thrilling. Or I guess it would have been. You'll have to play the game again to get that reference, I suppose. You pull on your beach attire and splash water on your face. Dwight and Claudette approach. Is that look on their faces excitement or terror? You notice your stomach flutters with butterflies. Someone's in love. Or you've been infected with zombie butterflies in your sleep. It has happened here before, but it's probably the love thing. It's time! Claudette gestures over to the beach where the killers are all stand, flanked by tiki torches. It's a scene very reminiscent of a TV show you used to hate watch with your ex. No, the show I hate watched with my ex was Ancient Aliens. We spent like a few hours just watching that and laughing at how stupid every single word was. Suddenly, the message is clear. You're going to declare your affections for a killer in front of several other killers. Hey, isn't Trickster supposed to be here? We paid him good money to make some half-assed cameos in this show. I'm gonna chew his agent out. Before they walk over to you for your big moment. Don't think we haven't noticed how kind you've been to us, David. Can't be easy being thrown onto a mysterious island for seemingly no reason, surrounded by terrifying killers, trying to manage your most primal impulses. Murder and making out. And you've kept a cool head and treated us, your friendly island hosts, with dignity and respect. So don't tell anyone we told you this, but... They look around conspiratorially. Just a little hint for you going forward. Don't try to go all the way with a killer who isn't into you. Relationships are two-way streets, and if you don't have a green light in the other direction, you might end up in the friend zone. The friend zone? That doesn't sound bad. Where do you think you are, exactly? Dead by Daylight doesn't do friends. There are killers and there are survivors, and I'm afraid we can't say more. Okay, so who's into me? They look around conspiratorially again. Well, I've never seen Spirit open up to anyone like she's opened up to you. I've seen her open up the insides of plenty of people, but thankfully for you and for us, that's in a different type of game. So are you ready? Of course you're not. But too bad, we're on a schedule. Are you kidding? I'm super ready. You make your way over to the row of hotties. Claudette and Dwight stand off to the side, hands behind their backs. Been quite the 48 hours, but there are clearly sparks in the air. And I'm not just talking about this rusty chainsaw, though I do recommend staying away from those sparks. It's time for our newcomer to confess their love! Wait, I have to do a drum roll for this. No, you don't. But who cares? David, who do you choose for your solo date? Can we at least do the flower thing? Dwight, I thought we agreed to keep that between us. No, not that flower thing. The thing where the suitor gets a flower as a symbol of the contestant's love and affection. Oh, right. I suppose. But no roses. They're such a cliche at this point. Well, that's good, because I tried to pick a rose and I got an ouchie, so I settled for these. Beautiful. You've done good, Dwight. This is a lovely bouquet. I hope Dwight saved some of these for Claudette. They're a thing, right? You're getting that vibe too? Just me? Sorry, you've got other things to think about, right? No, narrator, we had a whole scene about how they are so not together. Who do you select to receive these flowers and spend the day with you today? It's obviously Spirit. Why are we even pretending? How you doing, chat? Oh, thank you for the compliments on my voice acting. I have received a lot of comments from in real life that I have a voice for character acting. I was often told when in high school and my limited time at community college that I... One moment, please. Yes. Yes, chance to hang out. Not yet. If you don't mind. Thank you. Chance. Apologies for that delay. Chance has joined us. He's sitting under my desk now. Little white dog. Anyway, as I was saying, I have received compliments numerous times in high school and when I was briefly at community college that I have the voice of a radio announcer, that I should have gone into radio or something. And I did for a time consider like doing voice acting like as a career choice. The chat says hi, Chance. Oh, he's conked out under my desk. That's his spot. Alright, who do you select to receive these flowers and spend the day with you today? Spirit! You approach Spirit, peering below the brim of her impressively large hat and into her haunting eyes. Spirit, since I met you, I've been enchanted by your presence. You've challenged me to be a better person and resisted the urge to show me the sharp end of your katana. For that, I thank you. I'm ready to take our relationship to the next level. And we shall. Up to the eye of the dark storm that is our reality. To the lantern room of the Black Lighthouse. It's time to see what you're made of, David. I mean, you said that we're gonna spit in the face of God and be reborn in flames, so I know what I signed up for. I thought it might be nice to start the day out on Trapper's yacht before we head up to the Black Lighthouse. Even if I kind of hate this basic tropical vacation stuff like yachts and snorkeling or whatever, it's good to see. It's good for you to see me in the sun a little bit, at least. There's more to me than what you've already gotten to experience. I know that my whole vibe can be a little dark. It's okay. You know, the hat, the swimsuit, the plume of floating hair. This wasn't always who I was. I was a normal young woman once, went to school, hung out with friends. I even had a part-time job working at a restaurant in town. I know, I've read your backstory. And then, well, I know what happened. Your father, he murdered me and I woke as an undead avenger. That's not what I was getting at. Something else happened to me. I realized I needed to be seen. I don't even know by whom, a lot of time when you think about ghosts, there are these kind of see-through flickering specters. Imagine reaching out and having your hand go right through them. Ooh, that sort of thing. Maybe there's some warpy effect on the world around you. I don't know, it depends on which movie you're watching. But when I died, well, I dare you to try and reach your hand through me. Well, not really, that's not an invitation, it's rhetorical. Why did I end up this way? Who brought me to this island? Who knows? I sure don't. I've got my ideas, but I'm not exactly out there digging around in caves or dusting off antiques and trying to find clues and analyze their meanings. I do want to take this experience seriously, though. I want to give the process a chance. It may be a dumb process, and one that I have extremely little respect for as a person. Excuse me. But you just woke up on this beach with no memory of who you are or where you came from, and rather than freak out and simply try and swim away, you're giving this a chance. I actually didn't know that swimming away was an option. It's not. However, the fact that you never even tried, I think that means you've got courage, or an open mind, or I don't know, maybe you stuck around because you like someone you met here. Maybe. While the two of you were getting all deep and philosophically flirty, the yacht pulled up to the shore next to the Black Lighthouse. Last stop, everybody off. There were other stops? Oh no, not of this trip. Of your life. Spirit rolls her eyes and leaves for the shore. I'm just messing with you. This was the only stop. Nobody here is really looking out for our fun, so we have to make it for ourselves. But no, there are no other stops. Seriously, go. Race you to the poop deck, Dwight. This ship doesn't even have a poop deck. Oh, it will. What? Is Claudette gonna shit on the floor? As you disembark, you see Dwight and Claudette run giggling across the ship. Too bad you can't date those two. They seem like they know how to have a good time. I could not be less interested in Dwight if I tried. I don't understand why everyone is obsessed with Dwight. You arrive at the beach near the majestic black lighthouse. Its imposing form towers above you. A flock of birds circles lazily, no sense of fear or urgency, as if circling a corpse that hasn't moved in ages. I'm excited about today. See? Places her wrist delicately in your hand and presses your fingers down against your skin. It's cool to the touch, but you feel... Is that the faintest of pulses? My blood is absolutely pumping. So, what happens now? Now, I show you something that no one has ever seen up close before. Well, no one who has lived to tell about it. We're going there. She points to the top of the lighthouse, amongst the circling birds. What's actually up there? Have you seen it? Hey y'all, how's everyone doing today? Hi, Wraith. You sure seem chipper today. Okay, something is definitely going on with this guy. Something else strange. Something different than what's usually going on with him. Wraith takes a deep breath, sucking in the ocean air like it's the greatest treasure that has ever been sucked. David, thank you. Thank you for choosing anyone else to go on a date with today. Alone, again, forever. But this is how I was meant to be. I feel alive! Are you done? We're kind of... on that date you just mentioned? I'm glad you're feeling better, Wraith, but like she said, we're in the middle of something. Do you mind? Oh, right. So what you doing? Heading up into the eye of the lighthouse? I love it up there. You can really see the whole island from up there. In fact, Spirit, I thought you said no one has been up there and lived to tell about it, but this sounds exactly like telling about it. Technically, I don't think Wraith counts as being alive. I mean, I don't maintain the canon, but... She waves her arms at Wraith from head to toe. And if he's not dead now, he's gonna be when I punish him for interrupting our date. Hey now, we can solve our problems without our hair floating up into any menacing shapes. I'll just be over here, running away, enjoying the view. I think Wraith was kidding about the hole being up there. Honestly, the view isn't even of the island. What you can see is mostly ocean, on account of it being, a lighthouse. However, that does bring up an interesting point regarding your... how do I say it? Spirit's hand floats up as she scratches her hair contemplatively. You don't usually see her at a loss for words like this. What's your mortal status? Because despite what our lanky friend seems to think, the lighthouse is not to be trifled with. It's a beacon of death and suffering that brings doom to it and from all corners of this world, if not further. Well, duh, you saw a fucking pirate ship seemingly travel through space and time only to crumble at the rocks beneath the tower. But you decide not to point it out because that wouldn't be too romantic, now would it? I think I'm alive? I'm here with you, walking this beach, feeling the water on my feet, feeling the sun on my skin. Here, with me, the spirit. Does that really make you alive? Guess I don't know. If you come with me up into the eye of the Black Lighthouse, you may never return. Is that a risk you're willing to take? Because we have something. I won't deny it. I feel it. I'd hate for you to simply turn to ash. If we were to commit right here and now to figuring this out as friends, maybe we could put that risk off for another time. Just be friends? Ooh, is this her way of letting you down easy? I don't know if I want that. friendship. I want you. That's why I chose you. I can't decide this for you. I can only warn you that it may not be safe. You might die up there, and there's nothing I can do about it. Go up, may die. You take a deep breath and think about every particle of sea air as it travels into your body and fills your lungs. Maybe the last time you have such a thought, but you feel strangely at peace with that information. I don't need another friend. I want something more, and I'd risk my life for it. She smiles the quirky, devilish smile. Right this way. Inside the lighthouse is almost pitch black. It was seemingly day when you stepped through the door, but inside, this place is like a void. The last thing you see as the final rays of sun leave you is a horrible sight. A petrified body laying on the stairs, reaching not up, but down, as if it had been crawling. Watch your step. Oh, the things we do for love. Right. When you arrive in the lantern room at the top of the black lighthouse, you breathe a sigh of relief. The light is out, seemingly defunct. Dust cakes the room, as though it hasn't been operated in a century. However, somehow... It was just morning a moment ago, but now it's night? What do you mean a moment ago? We've been standing here looking out over the ocean all day. I really enjoyed the peaceful time together with you. Taking in the view, standing in complete silence for hours. It was kind of my perfect date. Really, I don't remember that. I just called it the perfect date and you can't be bothered to remember it? What kind of game are you playing with me? I want to remember it. It's just that for some reason my mind is completely blank. But, hey, I'm not dead. Or you're already dead and have been this whole time. That's true. Maybe we'll never know. It doesn't look like the light is working. Even turned off, the light has a power to it. The massive lens refracts moonlight through itself, a subtle spark that has a hypnotic effect. Maybe that's where the day went, staring into this light as the sun fell and moon rose. Thanks for spending the day with me. I really had a good time. That's it. Don't get me wrong, this is really cool and all, I guess I don't know what I expected. I suppose if you thought you were walking into your death and nothing happened, it might feel a bit anticlimactic. Sorry. Anyhow, it's time to go. Here, let me just flip on the light for the staircase so it's easier to get down. The stairs still look pretty dark. Maybe it... Spirit is interrupted by a strange hum, and then it becomes frighteningly clear to you. That switch wasn't for the stairs, it was for the main lantern. A lantern that is now beginning to power up. The faintest smell of burning begins to reach up to your nose. Oopsie. Looks like maybe that switch wasn't for the stair lights at all. Now we see who's really alive and who is really dead, I guess. It was bound to happen sooner or later. You slam your eyes closed, hoping that somehow not looking at the light itself will protect you. Not sure I see the logic in that, but if it is magic, it kind of defies logic. I want to see it, but, well, I'm a little scared. Don't look directly into the light. Open your eyes and look only at me, and I'll keep you safe. Oh, it's a minigame. Okay, then. Minigame to romantically look in Spirit's eyes. Hold on.
Yes. Yes.
Lunch has arrived. So before we do this minigame, I'm gonna have something to eat. I swear it will help me do the minigame better. Question, is any of my food noises coming through? I will mute the microphone if that is the case. Please let me know. I'm having leftover pizza. It's got Italian sausage, meatball, and garlic on it. I gotta say though, I'm actually kind of like taken aback by how much Spirit is like directly catering to me and my tastes. Cause boy, I sure do like a woman hell-bent on revenge. It's very cool. Also, she's constantly shit-talking capitalism, and that is something I never would have expected from this character, but is fucking hilarious. I wonder if how much performance in the mini games actually like changes results. Because I got like a bunch of perfects on the very first like meat cutting mini game. And Spirit seemed to like that, so that was nice, but I didn't get like, I think I only got one perfect result on the suntan lotion mini game. And I'm wondering like what is the hidden value that getting perfects over just good successes actually impacts? I'm gonna need to get more water soon. Alright. I have enough to eat for now. Okay. Ready to make intimate eye contact on timed prompts. Ready. Whoa! Woohoo! Wow, it's easier when I can't see the thing until I'm right on top of it. You okay? You seem okay. I hope I haven't ruined this by pushing you to do something you weren't meant to do. You're so brave, maybe not so coordinated, but certainly brave. So lucky you put yourself through this for me. Shows me that you're real. Despite your attempt to resist it, the incredible force of energy from the Black Lighthouse's lantern and I refuses to subside. No, it cannot be ignored. And it doesn't matter if you look directly at it or not. In the end, that was just a trivial game, and this is real life, and real magic. You stare at it now, and its power penetrates your mind. Hey, been a while. How are things? Doing good? Feeling more dead? Excuse me. Or more alive? Yeah, love will do that to a person. Don't worry, it'll make sense soon. You wake to hear Spirit's muffled voice. You've got a terrible taste in your mouth, like burnt hair. The air feels damp and you smells like ash. It takes time for the sound to clear up, but eventually Spirit's words start to make sense to you. However, it's clear she's talking to someone else, not to you. You know how sometimes people say it's not you, it's me? Well, this time it is you, and it's also me. can't believe I thought you would change for me. I can't believe I thought you were doing was a sacrifice. You never gave anything up for me. Well, today I saw what love looks like, and it looks a whole lot different than this. I don't think you're hearing me, which is weird because I'm practically shouting. Nobody breaks up with Trapper. Nobody. Well, wait, since when were they dating? Oh yeah? Fine. Nobody breaks up with Trapper, but I'm not doing that. I'm dumping. Don't you say it. I'm dumping Evan McMillan, and there's nothing you or he can do about it. It's over between us, Evan. Rin, Trapper turns from spirit and looks directly at you. You realize you're laying on the ground of some weird tunnel. I think your shouting woke up David. My shouting? They're busting out first names. Wait, seriously, when were they together? Like, that was not even hinted at. The impression I got was that everyone hates Trapper. I won't interrupt. In an attempt to be as quiet as possible, you hold your breath and freeze in place. Sorry we woke you up, David. After what happened, you'd probably be better off sleeping for a bit longer. Things just got out of hand. How'd you know? You were talking in your sleep, basically non-stop, until you woke up and then got quiet. What was I saying? I don't know. I don't speak Dutch. Do you speak Netherlands? Blijkbaar. Yeah, see, there you go again. Well, the jig is, as they say, up. They know you're awake now, and you're going to have to deal with this awkward situation head on. Well, clearly I shouldn't be here. You two are having a very personal conversation that I don't need to be involved in. I don't even know how I got here. Not here on this island, or here in this creepy tunnel. As far as the island goes, your guess is as good as mine. As far as this tunnel goes, we brought you here. We? You and Trapper? But after the lighthouse came on, you blacked out. On your way down, I thought you might have hit your head or something. It's hard to tell what blood is new or old around here. Either way, I wanted to get you someplace safe, so I asked Trapper for help. It's not that I can't carry you, I just didn't feel like it, you know? And I hate anything messing with my shards. Trapper, on the other hand, he loves nothing more than having an unconscious body draped over his shoulder. I could have asked Claudette or Dwight for help, but I don't trust them. But you trust Trapper? Like and trust are two different things. You might think Trapper can be a real jerk, and you'd be right, but you get what you see with him. We brought you down here because we're the only ones who know about this place. It's part of an old tunnel network that connects different places on the island. What's up, guys? Talking island mysteries? My favorite topic! I was just in the neighborhood, so I thought I'd pop in. Trapper, you said this place was private! Don't look at me! I didn't tell him about it! Half the appeal of this spot is getting away from people like him. Well, geez, I can see when I'm not wanted. So, you three throuple now, or... Because I gotta say, I really didn't get the whole Trapper spirit thing, but hey, if it's not my business, I don't stick my nose in it. We were not a thing! Nobody traps the Trapper. Not with traps or with relationships. And you do realize you're sticking your nose in our business right now, right? Wow, so hostile. If you don't want to talk about it, just say so. Anyway, this tunnel has some very interesting features. If you head about 50 meters down that way, you'll find— Get out! Wraith looks around just to be doubly sure that Trapper is addressing him. I was just leaving. This island is a lonely place, which is great for me. I love to be alone. Trapper, on the other hand, is quite needy. And after a lot of pursuit, I finally let him catch up to me. And it became, well, I don't want to call it a relationship because somebody really didn't want to have that talk, but we were more than friends. I dispute the events as told, for the record. I don't pursue. I stalk, and I lie in wait. Seeing eye to eye was not one of the things we were good at. So... I hate to ask, but did I just look into a refrigerator-sized death lamp, so I guess I'm more of a glutton for punishment than I thought. What were you good at? Well, for starters, excuse me, I'll take that question, thank you very much. If you know anything about me by now, it's that I'm on a quest. For revenge. Exactly. What you might not know, Trapper is like a great classical maestro of revenge. Trapper blushes behind the mask. That's one way to compliment a killer. Revenge against friends who had turned their back and betrayed him. Revenge against his father for making him into a monster. Revenge against a barista who wrote Ewan on his cappuccino, knowing his name was actually Evan. For someone who thinks about revenge as much as I do, Trapper is an inspiration. But they say to never date your heroes. Good advice, but I don't think that's the saying. And then you came along, David. You showed me that it's okay to be lost, to feel pathetic, to push on when you have nothing real to offer anyone. Okay, I'm not sure where you got all that from, but okay. You held a mirror up to my own doubts and fears and showed me that they aren't everything about me, that I can embrace those things but not be defined by them. You showed me that life after death can be more than just an obsession with revenge and mind-blowing sex on the ground in a dark cave or a dusty old tunnel. Trapper nudges you in the ribs with his elbow. Gross. Clearly appealing to Trapper's better features has been a winning strategy for dumping his ass because he seems to be taking it quite well. This whole half-assed dating show parody thing, at first, I obviously thought it was a lame idea. What kind of moron thought there was an audience for this? But then we spent some time together, and I realized there's something actually real here. There was a typo there. There shouldn't be a T there. Anyway. And I don't want to give up on it. I don't want to give up on us. Listen, David. Well, you were knocked unconscious by some minor head trauma like a total weakling. Spirit confided in me that she has real feelings for you. I took it extremely well, naturally, because I trust her and value her opinions. That doesn't mean I trust you. If you want to get to her, you have to get through me first. By passing the Trapper's Test! Coming to Behavior TV, Sundays at 8. Welcome to Trapper's Test. Answer my questions correctly or die by my blade. They're bringing me around on Trapper, I gotta say. Question 1. What is Spirit's real name? The one given to her by her murderous father, which she only lets her real friends call her. Rin Yamaoka. Okay, you got that one. Don't celebrate yet. Question 2. What lives inside Spirit? A dragon. She's said it many times. Oh, sure, everyone knows that. This won't all be easy. Question 3. Where did Spirit work back when she was a normal college girl, before she was hell-bent on revenge? At a restaurant in town. I know. Think I would date a waitress. Don't tell my father I ever mingled with the help like that. He'd be so disappointed in me. Question 4. What's Spirit's favorite color? Black. Are these questions largely superficial? Sure. Maybe I didn't get to know Spirit that well. Maybe that's why it didn't work out for us. Who knows? Question 5. Final question. All right, you got this. According to Spirit, what's worse than being dead? I don't think it was having unfinished business. Having unfinished business and regretting parts of your life are basically the same thing. It's not being seen for who you are. That's what she really wanted, to be seen. When I pitched Trapper's Test to the suits at Behavior, they told me there was no room in the budget for a new car to be given as the final prize for winning. So I killed them all, right there on the spot. While killing them didn't solve any of the budget problems, it sure did feel good. I'm telling you this, A, to brag, and B, to explain why the only thing you're going to win is me saying, "Congratulations for passing Trapper's Test!" Not that it was some huge challenge. I mean, the woman obsessed with a giant light that shines in the dark has a chip on her shoulder about being seen. Go figure. You probably guessed, but rules are rules. Even if I literally just made them up, you got it right. So I guess I approve of you dating Spirit, or whatever. I never really cared in the first place. I was just hoping you'd slip up and give me a good excuse to wet my blade with your blood. Maybe I'll find a reason tomorrow. For now, you two have fun. Wink, 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 Trapper out. I'm so sorry you had to endure that. What, 5 measly questions? It was nothing. Not even that, as ridiculous and unnecessary as it was. The whole thing. The waking up in a random tunnel, overhearing our argument, the news that Trapper and I had something going on, and the stupid quiz. All of it. Especially the whole Trapper out catchphrase. It's only because I actually like you. None of it would have happened if I didn't. And I like you too, Spirit. Please call me Rin. Rin. I didn't really feel like our lighthouse experience was completed. It was something else I wanted to show you. Alone, up in the lantern room of the tower. Get your mind out of the gutter. It's not that kind of game. Oh, you say that, narrator? I've seen a screenshot of the end of the Trapper route. It very much is. Wait, I'm being told it is that. Okay. Yeah, see? See? Up yours. I know exactly what I'm talking about. I know what I'm in for. Where's the screenshot button for Steam? Quickly, quickly. How do I take screenshots in Steam? Windows Alt print screen. At the ready. Come back up there with me? No place I'd rather be. You're excited to return to the lantern room of the lighthouse, despite all of the drama and worry that was previously a part of this place for you. More importantly, you're excited to be there with Rin, which makes it all the more crushing when you're interrupted by the arrival of Claudette and Dwight. Claudette? Dwight? Funny seeing you here. Wait, did I say funny? I meant tragic. Tragic? I don't think so. What could be tragic about a family reunion? Those are always joyous occasions in my experience. Before they can explain what that's even supposed to mean, the lighthouse begins to howl a low, frightening sound. The lens begins to glow in a now familiar way. You prepare to shield your eyes in case something bad happens to you again. Now isn't the time for any reality show adjacent shenanigans. Dwight, Claudette, shield your eyes. You don't know what the lighthouse will? Now, please don't interrupt. You'd think after all this time, you'd know that we've got your best interests in mind. Wait, what? No, of course I don't think that. I got wax in your ears? I asked you not to interrupt. Too late. The black light flares. In the darkness, you see something horrible and strange. In the place of Claudette and Dwight are 2 ghoulish silhouettes. But before you can focus on them, the light passes and the 2 survivors are returned to their normal states. It's breezy up here. I should have packed a sweater. What in the hairy hell? Watch the language. You shouldn't speak that way. Around your elders. Hey, Oni, I didn't think you'd be here. Grandpa? My little Rin. You're such a woman now. They grow up so fast. What? Meet Grandpa Kazan Yamaoka. Well, technically not just Grandpa. Technically, he's my great-great-great-great-great-grandpa. But that's a lot of greats to say in a row. I haven't seen my little Rin since I watched over here from the afterlife when she was just a little girl. And I expect you all to say the greats. It's a matter of honor and respect. Except Rin, she can do whatever she wants, my precious little angel. But you! Oni stares at you with his demonic red eyes. You're pretty sure even the decorative third eye on his mask is looking at you. It is, that decorative third eye is very much, like, alive. The mask is part of his face. You mongrel! You must treat me with respect! Or so help me, I'll be cleaning bits of your head off my kanabo. A kanabo is a metal baseball bat covered in spikes, FYI. No, it is a wooden club with metal rivets. I'm not sure what a peasant like you is doing so close to a descendant of the noble Yamaoka bloodline in the first place. Dirk, Claudine, explain what's going on to me. It's Dwight, sir. And Claudette, remember? We explained to you that we were going to come meet with your great-great-great-great-granddaughter's suitor and to give or withhold your approval? 5 greats! Great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, sir, your honor, master, sir. Dwight, he's a samurai, not a judge. Grandpa, they must have summoned you here because they think you have great judgment, and because if they summoned my father, I would be too distracted by torturing him for all of eternity to continue with the rest of the whatever this is. Show, game, experience.
Ah, yes, that makes sense. Only a man of my power and magnitude can help.
Well, self-important much. Nice to meet you, Kazan.
Only my friends and family call me Kazan. Those who tremble in fear at my presence call me Oni.
Yeah, that's on me. I should have respected your title. You're seeing a serious resemblance to Trapper in not only the sheer size of the man that Oni is, but also his attitude. You think Spirit has a type? You sure you can or want to measure up to that? It dawns on you, wait a second, maybe you do resemble Oni. Every time you've tried to look at your own reflection, however, you've become dizzy and confused. This definitely deserves more thought, but now's not the time to consider the fact that you might be some kind of hulking vampire with the first ever case of self-blindness. There's a massive samurai mad-dogging you from 2 steps away. Well, you don't scare me at all, so I'll stick with Kazan.
Peasant! I realize now the true purpose of my visit is to extinguish your light!
Oni waves his katana in the air at you menacingly. Oh, like great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, like great-great-great-great-granddaughter, apparently. Hold up there, Grandpops. Not so fast. You're only supposed to kill them if they deserve it. First, you should get to know them a little better.
Ha! Young people these days. Always waiting to kill people, insisting they must deserve it. Back in my day, you did what needed to be done because your nobility depended on it.
In his day? For such an imposing presence, he sure is giving off serious old man yells at Cloud vibes. I really wasn't expecting to see Oni in this, but it makes sense with considering he is, related to Spirit.
You see, when I was a young man, we didn't have foreigners in our land. Didn't need them. We had an abundance of culture already. A little too much, if you ask me. But I didn't make the rules. The rulers did. Exactly how it should be. Literature, art, commerce, theater, fashion, poetry, puppet shows, ghost stories, courtesans, gambling, fighting, fine dining, fast food, public executions. What were we talking about?
Alright, Spirit giggles at her I'm not saying all of those every time. At Oni's forgetfulness. You wonder, does she even like this guy? She sure hates her father, so... Listen up, old man. We don't have time for you to list every activity available to a samurai in the entirety of the Edo period.
Silence, peasant! You're showing your ignorance. Samurai were forbade from many activities that didn't befit the Bushido code, such as attending certain theatrical performances, for instance. Sometimes, however, a samurai would put on a disguise in order to seek out entertainment. Now, I'm not saying I did that, because I had honor, and a body built like an entire castle that is quite hard to hide. But clearly, you have neither my honor nor my physique. You don't even know about the ins and outs of the shifting rules of traditional Japanese samurai etiquette. You fool! Rin, what would you want with such an uneducated admirer as this?
find it hard to believe that any contemporary person knows all that much about who was and wasn't allowed to do what leisure activities over 100 years ago. However, you're really not sure how to handle this massive demonic old man.
Oh, wait, I get it. Sweet Rin, my beautiful descendant. You've invited me here to do what you're too kind to do. Bash this fool's head in! Cloud, Doris, fetch my collarbone. Rin, wrap your robe around this mongrel's hands and hold them still. We'll splatter their brains on the beach, together, as a family.
Grandpa, no! That's not why I invited you here at all. In fact, I didn't invite you. Claudette and Dwight did.
Ah, ha, 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 yes, sure. Wink, wink, wink.
This whole saying wink out loud thing is getting out of hand. Him and Trapper really do have a lot in common, don't they? I swear, David has a good soul and the heart of a warrior. She's fought for my love, in her own way, faced down death more than once, and put up with her fair share of nonsense. Nonsense which seems to be endless. Can we wrap this up already?
Of course, of course. Who am I to expect anyone to wait around for my approval? I've only been hanging out as a ghost and watching my bloodline be polluted by cowards and quitters for 5 generations. Just come give your ancestor-in-law a hug.
Sword drawn, Oni beckons you closer. There's no way he has ever hugged anyone in his entire life. I'm gonna save real quick, just in case. I think I'm good over here, actually.
Rin! Now! Push them my way and I'll split them in half! The sacrifice of this usurper to the Yamaoka bloodline will surely bring us back to life and set us back on the course of honor.
You're so silly, Grandpa. We both know that only one sacrifice can get our family back on track. Revenge on my father, your great-great-great-great-grandson, traitor to the Yamaoka name.
The lust for violence in your voice. It fills me with cheer.
I'll never forget who I am.
I suppose, if this is the person you want to be with, to go on your journey of bloody revenge with, I should trust your judgment. The strength inside of you blooms from the same cherry tree that was planted centuries ago by our shared ancestors.
And if David ever treats me poorly, you have my word, on our family's honor, I will wield my katana and gut her like a fish. A tear rolls down from behind Oni's demonic mask. You sure you want to marry into this? Yes, narrator. I'm absolutely sure. I've been sure from minute 1. Have you not seen the about on my Tumblr? I like Oni and video games about Oni.
And one last word of advice, my dear girl. The father stuff. Don't forget it, but maybe stop focusing so specifically and obsessively on it. What he did, 'twas awful, but is already done. Do something for yourself now. Just my 2 cents. Be well, Rin. I will see you again soon. Now let's go, servants! Clint, Dennis, return me to the stables. I assume my dragon has been fed and tended to.
Yes? Sure? I swear this is still better than dealing with Trapper's dad. I'm sorry if I was disrespectful of your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. He seemed like a very special man. I realize I will never measure up to someone like that. A warrior with a hell of a fashion sense. I mean, that mask, he has the mask thing down right. Of all the people wearing masks in this, he has it right. Don't worry. I would never expect you to. Or want you to, really. If all I wanted was the biggest brute alive, I'd be down in Trapper's cave right now, avoiding his vintage bear traps. But that's not the life I've imagined for myself. A sense of abstract duty, anger at a world changing around me, a lust for blood, that's no way to live. And yet, as you now know, that is the Yamaoka way of life. Forever, I'm cursed to battle against the dragon that lives inside me. Or at least, maybe I was, until now. I'm not saying that. I am not saying that at all. You haven't won this game yet. Please don't ruin it. I'm sorry, I don't know where that came from. I think we've spent enough time in this lantern room. We should get back to the beach. Oh, that's pretty. The moonlight sets a romantic mood as storm clouds roll in and surround the black lighthouse. You know, the sun might have set, but if we wait long enough, it will rise again. Woo! Spirit removes her sheer robe, showing you her strappy black bikini. Her pale skin glows under the light of the moon. Maybe you could help me get a head start on applying tomorrow's sunscreen. Again, I mean, yeah, of course. Last time was... well, I definitely felt more connected to you afterwards. To be totally real with you, I kinda just asked you as a goof, but I really enjoyed it. I swear though, if you tell anyone about this, I will not be labeled a foot freak. Not that there is anything wrong with feet, it's just that something about that kind of attention really gets people talking. Don't you worry, I know there's been plenty of feet talk in the Discord. Don't worry about it, I get it. Steady. Steady. Oh, just right into it. Okay. Yes! Fuck. Close. Almost. Fuck! God, that's so goddamn hot. I love feeling your hands sliding up and down my feet and between my toes. My skin has never been more moist. Get up here right now! Before you can find a towel to wipe off your lotioned hands, Spirit grabs you and pulls you in close. Her lips lock onto yours. They're surprisingly soft and warm. The sensation is... incredible. Clouds cover the moon and you find yourself on the beach with Spirit in complete darkness. You can feel the narrow straps of her bathing suit come undone and come to life, snaking through the air, wrapping around your body, lifting you up off your feet. Come here, you. So this is what it feels like. To fly. As Spirit pulls you close, you feel bits of glass press into your flesh. Pain and pleasure mix and wash over you like the ocean. Salty air stinging your skin as you writhe against your undead lover. The lighthouse howls. In the darkness, you're pretty sure that the Spirit lets the dragon inside of her take over. If it kills you, you're sure it will have... If it kills you, you're sure it will have all been worth it. The clouds part just as you manage to pull yourself, exhausted, away from Spirit. Yeah, baby! A chunk of broken glass is lodged in your shoulder. When you pluck it from your skin, it drips blood. Sorry, I think this got stuck to me when we were, when I was, when I was having the best night of my life. Spirit drags her fingertip over the sharp end of the glass shard. Keep it. Consider it a memento. I've got plenty more where that came from. You arrive at the beach to find Claudette and Dwight waiting for you. Now is the time, David, to face your destiny. Actually, about that, can we talk privately? Maybe not here, maybe someplace else would be better for this talk? You know how we feel about schedules, Spirit. Very strongly. And you know how I feel about you telling me what to do. Don't do it! Like I said, I'd rather have this talk with David privately. It's not right to do it in front of everyone.
You know, from my experience in upper management at my father's mine, I learned that if you're going to fire someone, it's best to do it in public so they don't freak out.
Please, enough of the fire talk. Wait, you think... No, she couldn't be. They seemed so in love. Well, I mean, not really. Spirit is still Spirit. But if I tried to imagine Spirit in love, I suppose... Well, she hasn't attempted to murder David yet, so... Okay, fine, your guess is as good as mine, really. That girl is very hard to read. A word of advice, though, if you're going to end it quickly. In my experience, the more pathetic the creature, the more annoying the final howls are. I don't need advice! Everyone out! Except for David. Did someone say final howls? That's kind of my whole jam. I can stay, right? Especially you! Out! Lame. Alone with Spirit, you feel something awful hanging in the air. More awful even than the lingering smell of that Cleaver body spray. Oh, fuck, I'm gagging. We're all gagging for Cleaver body spray. Rin, I don't know what you plan on saying, but before you say anything, just know that I really enjoyed my time with you. Getting to know you over the past few days helped me to get to know myself. For that, I just wanted to say thank you. That's sweet. You're welcome. And you know what? It shows me... It's that kind of thing that shows me you've got a good heart inside you. Too good for me to carve out and toss into the ocean. But also too good for me to love. I need someone who shares my interests. Someone I can connect with. Someone jaded and dispassionate, only driven forward by a desire for revenge. I need someone who isn't so warm that I feel cold in comparison. I need someone who isn't you. Can we just be friends? I don't know if... Before you finish that, just know that if we're not friends, we'll probably become enemies, and I will destroy you. Friends it is! I'm glad to have you here for me when I need you, but also not too close to me when I don't. So, yeah, I'll see you around. She starts to leave. Wait, what? That's it? That's how this ends? You're just leaving me here? I'm not sure I'd use the word ends, and for that matter, I wouldn't say that I'm leaving, but us? We're definitely through. The fact you can't see that, well, it just proves that we never really belonged together anyhow. Good night, David. What the hell? I just spent all this time on this island doing everything I can to get to know you, only to be told that I should just leave the chocolate factory through the side door? I don't know what that means. Anyway, I said good night, David. See you around. Jeez. I'm sorry. What a bummer. Why did she keep saying she'll see me around? Gosh, I have no idea. And so, my precious killers lived happily ever after. As they should, learning to love themselves first and foremost. Whilst trapped in a never-ending cycle of torture of my design. Ooh, wait, did I just spoil my true identity? You made it this far, you should probably know that. But you'll have to play again to find out more. Goodbye, David. See you again later. And again, and again, and again. Forever. Yeah, it figures that the ocean is the entity. Hey, and we hit credits. How's chat doing? Oh, LC, you got in at the best time. What? What a game indeed. I mean, it figures that it kind of ends on this whole, like, Groundhog Day loop cliffhanger, because that's kind of the premise of Dead by Daylight itself. Like, every match you play, every trial is canon, because all the survivors and killers are trapped in a never-ending cycle from which the entity harvests despair. I'm so curious, though. I wonder if... I feel like Wraith is the one with the keys to figuring out the solution. Yes, Iselin, that's correct. The entity is the giant sky crab that kills people when they get put on the hooks, and it feeds on despair. You know, LC, I would not be surprised if that was the secret route at the very end. I can't believe that they made Spirit have a feet thing. Well, I have to say, this was longer and more in-depth than I ever expected. The few screenshots that I saw were cringe as hell. I gotta tell you, the fucking text box where Spirit goes like, "You've shown me that there's more to life than an obsession with revenge and mind-blowing sex on the floor of a cave." About, like, Trapper, I'm like, what? Oh, there's no way this can be good. But I have been proven wrong. This is better than I thought. Oh hey, there's the entity on that little flower thing there. I'm definitely gonna be looking into the Wraith's route next, because, like, for one, I really like the Wraith, and I also feel like he's holding, like, the pieces of the puzzle. Also, nothing ever came of that coin. The coin we found at the very start, it never got brought up again. We also got that tease that the Claudette and Dwight are not who they say they are. At least at the very end there, when they brought Oni in. Well, so at the very start of the game, when you first wake up on the beach, this was back when, I think, before anyone was in the chat and I was muted and I didn't realize it. The very first thing that happens is you find a severed head partially buried in the sand. If you choose to dig it up and examine it, you find that it has a strange gold coin Son of a bitch! I knew I recognized the symbol on the coin! It's the symbol of one of the Wraith's runes! Anyway, you find a gold coin in the mouth of this severed head, and narrator's like, hey, give me that. You should spend that coin right now. I lost it the other day. It's mine. Of course, I didn't give it to him. I held on to it, but nothing ever came of it. But I remember now. It's one of the add-ons for the Wraith's power are mostly runes that have been written onto his bell. And the symbol that was on that coin that I found at the start was one of those runes that Wraith uses for an add-on to his power. And I think that's by far, like, that plus Wraith constantly showing up in places where people say he shouldn't be. He absolutely has some kind of thing going on. Because he's said multiple times he's working on a project and he's figuring out where things are. And he's looking for a way off the island. So, for sure, my next run-through, I'm going to go for Wraith and see if I can unravel the mystery. But for now, my throat is fucking exhausted. I have been talking almost non-stop for, like, almost 5 hours. I started this at around 11:30, so closer to 4.5. But that was fun. I am very happy with dating Spirit. Like, I got what I wanted and more. So I am going to I'm going to close out here, end the stream. This was a lot of fun. I like having the chance to read aloud and do voices. It's so much fun. I love doing voices and, talking like this. So I definitely think I think I will do more of this. Perhaps the next time I feel up to it, I will, and I do the Wraith route. I will stream that also. Yeah, apologies for the first, I want to say, 20-30 minutes of the stream where I didn't realize I was muted. God. I'm glad I bothered to check the chat and see, oh, I can't hear anything. Oh god, no. Fucking OBS. But yeah, till next time. Thank you everyone for coming. I hope you all had fun as much. I hope you had even half as much fun as I did, because this was a blast. All right, so everyone have a good rest of your days, be that evening, afternoon, or even morning, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye.